have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. We could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Watch out.
Welcome everyone again, and everyone. This is the season 4 of Voltage League. Once again, we're back into the action, and when we are back into the qualifiers, 3 qualifiers, 3 days. We're waiting on the teams, and we're gonna see who are the teams that are going to qualify to the Voltage League of this season. I'm Fancy Pixel. I'll be your host today, and let me see. I want to see in the chat how everyone feels about this tournament and who will who do you guys think will win this tournament. So before we start talking about the games and we talk about everything, I'm not gonna talk alone here, of course. So I'll have two wonderful casters with me today. So let's introduce the casters. We have with me Bob and Reprince. How are you guys?
Reprince,
I'll go first then. All right.
you go first.
I'm doing pretty good. Coming off of casting with Puffo just yesterday, so right back at it. The grind never ends. Happy to have you with us today, Fancy. And Puffo, how about yourself? You recovered from yesterday?
Definitely recovered. Still feeling a bit in the throat. Definitely is hurting a bit, but we're gonna have to pull through. It's Voltage League after all. This is the prime of what we get as for now. And Fancy, thank you very much for introducing us. I'm personally doing fine. Hope everyone in the chat, hope everyone in the production team, and hope with the two people that are one above, one to my right, are also doing quite fine themselves, or my left. I don't know where Reprince is. It's a bit of a mixed up camera. But in the end, yeah, I'm really excited for today's matches.
Yeah, so guys, today we have our first match. It's Besiktas and Adapt. So we're going to the first match, and of course, this season we have a lot of changes. Now we're getting rid of Borgen. Yeah, and we're getting Layer. So guys, tell me about Layer. What do you think? Do you think we'll see Layer today?
Doubtful. I don't
Honestly,
know if we will see it come out on stream at least. We may see it somewhere in the qualifier. There may be a team or two that decides, hey, why not try to take it to Lair? Because, I mean, the map's been in the game for a bit. Everybody should have a basic understanding of how it works, even if it hasn't been in comp yet. And the fact that we're getting it in Voltage this early before any big tournaments, integrated into their own systems. T1 isn't back quite yet. So this might be one of the first opportunities for us to see Lair in a competitive setting. I definitely think it'll come out, but whether or not we'll be able to get lucky enough to catch it on the stream in the qualifiers, I don't know.
well, honestly, just like all other maps, just like you said, Reprince, it's definitely going to start getting uprised a bit more towards the late game. I don't think it's going to be in the very early stages. I feel like teams do want to go safe in it, get a bit of Oregon, get a bit of Chalet, a bit of Clubhouse. Although today's first map is a bit of a wonder of a pick, but again, I think Claire is a fantastic map. Personally, I don't know it too well, just like Emerald Plains. Some of these maps I really don't know too into detail, but of course we all have to learn. So do the teams, because now it's in the comp pool, now it's possible to play them, and now it's possible for us to experience how the map works and what strategies teams really do come up with.
Yeah,
All right,
it
and
seems interesting
sorry.
because let's talk about the teams we're seeing today. So we have the first team. Let's talk about Reprints. Tell us a little bit. What do you know about any of the teams? Let's start with Besiktas.
Yeah, well, Besiktas, we also have the team card on screen currently, so you do get to see that on the side. A team that's been around the block. Some people will remember them as Istanbul Wildcats. Some will remember them under different names. It's a Turkish roster that's been uh, everywhere and back. So currently playing under the Besiktas roster since they've been picked up by another relatively big Turkish org. They have a lot of representation from their home country. The Turks really seem to bank it all on this team, and this is their best opportunity to get some representation inside of Siege and especially inside of some of the lower tiers. So it's a formidable team, and in this matchup today, as their opponents Adept in the very first round coming up as well. We'll see the team card in a moment. Not really sure how well Adept will fare against them, because I think Besiktas is a team. You know, once again, they have the history, and Adept relatively new roster once again. So I definitely think I'm giving the edge to the Turks here.
Bob, what do you think about the Adept and what Reprince said?
Honestly, from my personal view, I don't know much about these teams. Reprince, you did mention Adept is a bit of a newcomer to the scene, at least from our perspectives. But again, from the pick of map alone, I can kind of see that they're a bit more decisive. They don't want to really play it completely safe. Either they've been training Nightclub and Nightclub only, or Night Haven, my mistake. Mixed it up with Clubhouse. It's a thing I do every now and then, like pick and kill. But whatever the case is, I'm very interested to see how this decisiveness is going to come into play. Are these teams going to be both all out aggressive, or are they going to play it safe? Because Nighthaven, like I said, it isn't necessarily a bad pick. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not a common one. And when brought out, there's definitely some sort of trump card that these teams are hiding. But as we're talking about things, about hiding things, one thing we're not going to be hiding are these operator bans. Now, first coming out is going to be the Monty, which for this map, just like, let's say, I would also agree on Bank, Monty is definitely on some maps a bit more outshines than the others. And with that, the second one coming out, I'm going to assume it to be a Ying, a very common operator. For in general, I think teams really do stick with the Ying just because of how troublesome she can be, and also forcing that Warden pick. What about you, Reprince? What do you think the operators on defense are going to be looking like?
All right, since we're already in the game, first prediction won't be fast enough as the Valkyrie gets banned out. I don't even have a chance. For the second ban, difficult to say. I mean, on Nighthaven, a lot of operators that I could expect to see. I'm saying maybe something wall-related. I'm expecting a Tuba or a Kai to come out now because there's a lot of outside walls that you need to try and defend, and if you leave every operator in play, that may be difficult to defend. Actually, I'm proven wrong, as it is Besiktas, who not only ban out the Monty on attack, but also the Clash on defense. Absolute shield haters. Besiktas do not want to have anything to do with those big extended shields.
They're definitely going to keep in that Blitzen and that Fuse just so they can shoot out the Tootsies of those. But a Clash or a Monty, that's a no-brainer. We're not going to be sticking with any of those because, although, it's just too big. Because I can kind of understand. Monty, I think it's very reasonable. Same goes with Clash, but again, haven't been seeing Clash a lot in this map. Haven't been seeing this map a lot recently at all. So I'm wondering what the side picks, what are going to be the exchangeables for these operators. And we do see a bit of lineups coming out. We have the Mirror, we have the Warden, which even with the Ying out of the map, we're still going to keep that Warden just for sakes of smoke, sakes for flashes, sakes of retaking, if possible. Now, also bringing out the Wamai, I'm going to be expecting a bit of Rafters play. And this site is another one that kind of reminds me of CC Clubhouse, which it's very reliant on hard breaches, but it splits into two less important ones. You have one that faces the outside, which isn't necessarily connected to the site directly, but of course it leads to rafters, it leads to all these important factors that you do want to expose, and it isn't contested by bandits and Cades. The other main breach, the majority of the time, it mostly gets used as a rotation.
Right, and with that, very quickly, I do want to point out the last map that was banned out in the banning stages, we did see it earlier on the screen as we were getting ready for the game. The last map banned out was Border, and I think that's very interesting because Border and Nighthaven are two fundamentally different maps. These maps are very, very different. So the fact that it's up to those two and Adapt choose to bring Nighthaven tells me already a lot about how they want to play the game, because they were given two wildly different options. They chose the much less aggressive one because Border is a very, very small map, a very aggressive map. You have to be challenging people outside the building, and Nighthaven can be a lot more entrenched, and there's a lot less soft wall play. There's a lot less vertical play that you can work with on Nighthaven. Now, Vert is important, but not quite as important as it is on Border. So just the fact that they ended up choosing this map tells me a lot about how aggressive they want to play. And so this already just justifies the bans for Besiktas as well, because they chose to ban very, very passive operators, which is probably what Adept is comfortable with considering the map pick.
Very indeed. This is a map, like you said, a bit less reliant on that aggression, but a bit more focused towards that utility, towards that setup, to see if you can really outwit the defenders in their own site. Now slowly starting to push in, it's going to be a bit more aggression brought on from the side of Depth. They're going to try and take the side of Rafters. Now being covered or just completely stopped by the Smira is going to be a rough start. There comes the opening pick. just around the corner. The Ashen's going for the mirror window. In the same meanwhile, a pre-fire comes out from Bodo, and a 5v4 is dropped onto an instant.
All right, Damien finds a huge two-piece, as at the same time Teaser is able to jump out and get one back into the favor of his team. Now finally the mirror window has been shattered, but it's been a while. He gets swung on by a shotgun, but he's able to win that fight regardless, putting it into a 2v2, but very quickly Denati is there to punish him, leaving only Damien left. He's got 2 players to find. He's already found 2 in this round. He will have to try and get a 4K if he wants to clutch up this round. He has 40 seconds to work with, but he's staring at a crossfire. Both of these Besiktas players are just ready and waiting. The problem is, first player overexposes himself. Selim on the floor now. It's only down to Denati. He's able to connect the first. Now he has to contend with a Sophia. One more stun left. It goes wide. Connect onto anything, but Damien should have a rough idea of where this player is. He goes for the swing, and he's able to connect. And that's Adept. Damien with a 4K in the very first round to open us up. He's able to somehow turn this around for his team, and that is the first round in favor of the attackers.
First round going to the side of the attack. A very aggressive one towards the end, definitely brought it around. Definitely that mirror was a bit of a tease, but in the end, they got through it quickly. Even though a pre-fire was dropped, the defenders did manage to get those opening picks. But not. In the end, it was Adept who managed to come out as the victor of that round. Definitely won the battle and the war all at the same time, and while doing so, they managed to get themselves around. Also, Besiktas going downstairs, not giving it a second chance on the upper floor, and wanting to test out how Adept is gonna adapt to this weird site. Now, going into the side of basement, it's definitely going to be either verticality or is going to be a full-on rush to the main breach, which I doubt the latter is going to be the pick they want to go with. So verticality here, huge. This map isn't anything to be messing around with, especially when it comes to time. You have a lot of small rooms and some major, a bit larger rooms, but it all connects into this bank-like setup. With that in mind, you have a lot to clear, a lot of drones to put up, and in the end, also stick to the execute. So, Adept, you have a lot to do, especially if there's going to be any roamers. We already see Salim upstairs just patiently waiting, also setting up some of his own Fenrirs just to give him a bit of support. We do have Damien on that Damien just to get rid of roamers a bit easier. Also combined with that Dokkaebi is going to be making the clear just a bit easier.
All right, Gutter. Come on, man. It's been 9 years since we've discovered bandit tricking. And somehow with only a thermite to work with and only a thermite to try and counter, Gutter picks the wrong wall. Main wall gets opened up. He does hear the sound wrong and he places it wrong. The thermic is able to breach that wall. This is going to give a lot of control over to Adept. The problem is they've already lost a player. Kirby is dead. Lost their Twitch, which is the potential player to try and open up those mirror windows. No Ash on the board this time to try and shatter them. So really only one option now. Try to take vert control. Take these mirror windows away from up above. And they have the right operators for this. The Deimos is available to hunt. Of course, the Buck is inside on top floor already as well. Forward. At the moment they get control of the kitchen, they should be able to start to convert. But at the moment, there's 2 players defending this still to just hold first floor control. And Besiktas doing a good job of wasting time without overexposing themselves, playing around one another. Now rotation has to come through from Adeptus. They're just peeking and prodding, but they're not able to find a way in, so they have to rotate around. See if they can try it from a different angle. This is going to cost even more time. And already down a player, it's going to be tough. There's only a minute left, and the Buck still hasn't started making verts.
Indeed, and still not much advantage is brought up to anyone. Of course, the attackers are going to be having a rough time, and a rougher one, just as I say it. A kill does come out, traded out for 1, traded out for 2, a 4v2 brought up for nowhere. Now we have the defenders in a complete advantage as they left the Buck alone standing still. He's in the side trying to fend off anyone, trying to get a pick for himself. Maybe waste time to convey with his team, but if he can, in this situation, it's not going to be a viable situation. Manages to back out of sight, but in the end, it's going to be defenders who are going to be pushing up to him, taking the fight to him, and winning the so-named fight.
Right, despite the wall being opened up early, no vert control gained at any point for the attackers. They were never even able to get themselves into storage, into stock, into any of the important areas to try and play some vert onto the site itself, onto Nano as well. And so a much better round for Besiktas to start us off as they tie up the game. But basement will be locked now, so instead of going back to top floor, which they already lost, they instead want to go to storage and to control room.
Attackers have located a
Deciding
bomb.
to go for a tertiary pick this early, and also the fact that they're not picking kitchen is interesting. I think this is a map where, once again, all bomb sites are kind of viable, but there certainly seems to be more of a favorite for one over the other. Some teams seem to prefer kitchen, some teams seem to prefer storage, and it seems like Besiktas are more of the latter.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, going into this defensive phase, we are again going to be
10 seconds to
actually
insertion.
visiting the first floor this time. Again, Besiktas really don't like that upper floor with the performance it was on the first round, but they're going to be sticking to that bottom side. The one thing that's below it, anything to the basement side, and playing for that verticality. Although this time around, surprisingly, the downstairs floor, verticality wasn't as challenged on it. It was more towards that main breach. It was more towards that verticality, towards the mid round, towards the low round. It really depended on that buck, and the 4v1 made it that much easier. The free verticality is going to be... As I speak of it, please, Reprints, do take over for a second.
My goodness. Caesar was completely spotted and given away. They knew exactly where he was. There was a drone giving a yellow ping over. Win tries to go for the swing onto the window. Caesar gets tagged just in the side and immediately goes for a re-challenge and is somehow able to win this one over onto Win. So despite having all the advantage in terms of information, it's still Adept that end up being punished. And the only thing that happens to Caesar is he takes a bit of damage, but like, does that matter? You won a gunfight. Able to just start off in a 5v4. The action again means that, again, those mirror windows won't be shattered. This is really, really important for the defense. Now, there is a Selma coming out. Try. Here we go. Will be open. You can still swing from this, so despite the window being open, Salim is the one to find a kill onto Damien. Now, the 5v3, a 5v2 as Gutter is able to find another pick. Munchie under fire as well from down below. Denati trying to swing onto him. We'll have to rotate as this is looking very much like another round slipping out of the grasp of Adept very quickly.
Just like that. Now, as we're still kind of... Again, this is very early picks we're getting. It's already a 5v2 out of basically nowhere. The fact that this is how quickly Besiktas is managing to get these picks is absolutely phenomenal. They're basically cornering Adept in the very first few seconds. The spawn peak and maim it into the later round, the amount of 1v1s they get for themselves is absolutely favorable. They are getting one after another and they're managing to continue with it as they can just stagger Adept. Adept right now, completely starstruck, just not being able to do anything about it. And another one is dropped, not allowing it to be a flawless. It's going to be a pick, a bit of a late refract, trade 1-for-1 from the side of Dokkaebi. But in the end, it's still not going to be making it any closer to delivering that final blow to the side of Besiktas because they still have 4 remaining and they can toss them at you as many times as they want, but they won't because they don't need to. They can play it safe, they can waste the time, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Holding down Munchie.
I was worried he wasn't going to spot that player, but he does manage to figure out where Gutter is just in time. But he won't be able to find Selim as Salim Karem, he goes wide, he's able to find another pick. And very quick note about this, Munchie, every time he jiggle peeked for information, there was an opponent there. Like, he was on rafters, and every single angle he tried to jiggle peek, there was someone there. He saw the Warden twice, he saw the Fenrir in 2 different spots, like 3 separate times. So that just shows how much man advantage there was in that round, because no matter where Munchie had to look, everywhere was a challenge waiting for him.
Attackers need to locate and
quite
defuse as
scary.
many bombs as they can.
I'd be terrified if everything I swung had an opponent on it.
Please do. I know it's going to be a lot to ask, but I'm going to have to ask you again to take over.
Oh yeah, he's busy. Puffo, he's got a lot going on. He's too cool to cast anymore.
Okay.
Just doesn't want to cast with me anymore. So it's just me who has to talk about the prep phase. And the boring stuff like Besiktas now winning 2 in a row means they're forced to go to a tertiary site. They don't go to kitchen. Instead they go back to top floor, and to be fair, top floor
5
wasn't that
seconds
bad of a round. And they were able to hold on to a 0 window for much
Attackers
longer
are
than
moving
they
out to locate a
realistically
bomb
should
and
have,
defuse it.
as the first Ash shard that was thrown out was missed, and there was another Selma that was dealt with. Very good defense, and ultimately it came down to Damien, who found... It was a triple after the fact, but he did find 4 on the kill feed because he finished someone who was injured, so that's a 4K in my heart. It's a 4K. And he deserved it, but that was an individual play, so that is the one round that Adept have won. It came off of individual performance. That was not a team play thing, that was not a strategy thing. It was just Damien was able to swing, he was given the opportunity to swing, and he won every single gunfight. And so I'm worried for Adept if this trend continues. I think the Turks of Besiktas are going to start getting into the game, and they're going to start wrapping this up relatively quickly unless Adept starts showing something on the strategic side as well. Because so far they've really drawn the shorter end of the stick, but as I say that, Damien is given a gunfight, and Damien being given gunfight so far seems to be working for Adept.
Okay, hopefully being able to fix my issues. In the meanwhile, not issues are brought on to the side of Depth. 3v5. Very quick turn of events. Earlier it was Besiktas, the ones who were in the leading way, but now it seems to have turned around. Now it seems like the defenders are going to be in quite a rough spot, having to hold their angles correctly and at the correct time in order to prevent any mishaps. Now, of course, the prep is still coming in. We're still not that late into the round, and we're still with a lot of opportunities to get some opening picks. One does come out from Besiktas, but it's almost instantly traded as there it goes. The C4 comes out, one gets finished, and another trade from absolutely nowhere. 2v2 is brought to a 2v1. A double kill comes out, but leaving the defenders very low. It doesn't matter. They're going to be retaking it and retaking that man advantage and managing to just take it for themselves.
I'm a little worried for Adept whenever they see someone in their, or, well, whenever we see someone in our periphery, when we're watching these players, they don't seem to react to it. I don't know what resolution and what aspect ratio these players are playing with, but like sometimes I feel like they're playing 3x2 on 60 FOV, because there's a player right in the middle of my screen, and there's no reaction from the person that we're watching, and they just die. They just end up folding. I'm a little worried for Adept that maybe they need to check out their screen settings. Other than that, once again, it came down to individual gunfights from Damien, who was able to win 2 fights to open it up. And from there, Besiktas was somehow able to find picks just off of repositioning and aggressing, because that was really their only option, being down 2 players so early. And then they were able to force it into a trade game, which they started winning. And from there, you can just convert the 2v1. You know where the last player is. You can just go for a swing together. And they managed to chain together 3 rounds in a row now. So Adapt maybe a bit of a fluke win in the first round, as now Besiktas firmly in control of the match on this defensive half. Now, Nighthaven, of course, I think somewhat defender-sided. Not necessarily one of the worst offenders. I think that back when Villa was still in the rotation, I think Villa was one of the worst offenders in defensive-sided matches. Same, honestly, with I think Clubhouse at one point. There was one specific meta during SI24 in the group stages. There was just 6-0 halves every single time. There was no attacker wins. Now Nighthaven, a bit more balanced, but certainly a map that's more favorable toward a 4-2, maybe even a 5-1, but to be a regular occurrence. Now, once again, Gutter struggling a little to try and trick the wall properly. Will allow that single wall over the basement to open up, as the name of the room has slipped my mind. Animus, that's what the room is called. Jesus, why did that not come to mind? Animus room is breached, and Garo with 4 bandit wires in pocket and every single wall open. I don't think he has understood how to play bandit yet.
Deathmark tracker out.
Just getting to the basics of that tricking. Won't be getting too good, but in the end, he still has a lot of rounds to keep up, and definitely Damien doesn't have this round to actually manage to get some of his own. A bit of an interesting way of Legend for actually kind of protecting his teammate. Goes for some pre-fire shots, but in the end, Salem will be taking it for himself. As in the meanwhile, another one out of complete nowhereness. A bit of a retreat coming out from the side of Dogen. He has, of course, she is alone. She has nowhere to go. And wondering where our player left. Depp now left with only 4 players and one of them dead. You're again going to be in that very major man disadvantage. which is going to be leaving Beşiktaş with another very favorable round.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate here. Munchie leaves the building briefly to rotate out as his teammate leaves the server. I think misunderstanding how far the rotation should go. Kirby is briefly out, leaving Adept to try and clutch up in the 3v5 and Munchie to open it up. Does find Boldov. That is one less player to worry about. That is the Echo dealt with, which is very important come the execute. Problem is that I don't think Adept has great information. Still hunting players on the first floor. They don't really have great drone work. They have one drone still up, and it appears to be a flank drone from one of the dead players. And it may be the drone of Kirby. So 0 drones, which means Beşiktaş have dealt with the enemy intelligence very, very well. And now Adept are running blind. They're at a max advantage, they're completely blind, they have no information, they will have to swing every angle, they will have to peek everything. And Gutter, despite being flashed out, is able to find a kill, Salim with another. He's able to find one onto Gutter, but has to try and find 3 more as he does find the first, but he's stuck inside of the fire and he will be burned to death by Caesar. Able to win the round out, and this is the 4th in a row for Beşiktaş. Maybe also off the back of an unfortunate disconnect from Kirby. But other than that, Beşiktaş still firmly in control.
As the song goes, through the fire and the flames of the Koyo canisters. Round being finished very smoothly with a gadget, and at the same time we are going to be having a bit of a rehost due to the player disconnecting. Now, while that's happening, not a clue to what actually happened to the so-called player, but we need to get the players back into the lobby, and we need to get ourselves a bit more established in the current moment. And with that, with what is happening, because Beşiktaş 4-1, 2 rounds away from match points, 3 rounds away from winning, and Adept, they are at a 3-round difference from them, and that going to the below side, not to the better, which isn't going to be looking good, especially when splitting the rounds. They're going to be on defense, which is going to allow them maybe to get a bit of a streak of their own. But in the end, it all depends on how Beşiktaş is going to be continuing to get through. Having some good kills, having a bit of a disconnect as well, is going to be an unfortunate turn of events. But in the end of it all, we're back here. We're back where we started. You're here with our faces, and you get to see us cast what's not happening on the screen.
Yeah, well, not too much going on. Very quick rehost once again. Very unfortunate to lose Kirby in the middle of the round. It's one of those few instances where, I mean, you can't really rehost. It's already happened, right? So it's the one circumstance where something like this can impact a round meaningfully. Very unfortunate. We will be able to get him back in, but even despite that, they'd already lost a player before that. It was already man advantage for Beşiktaş. It only made their situation better, yeah, but to be fair, this match so far has been slanting in one direction very heavily. And by that, I don't mean the band. I mean Beşiktaş, who are absolutely on a roll right now.
Yeah, most definitely. They have been proving quite a difficult barrier for the depth to right now cross over. And when going for that 6-round split, you are definitely going to want to break through instead of climbing, because it hasn't been working up until now. Going over to that defense, I think, is going to prove to be quite interesting. But in the end, it really depends on how these teams, again, if they prefer attack, if they prefer defense, that's really all into account, and how the chemistry works with them. If they're more aggressive, maybe attack is going to fit them more. If they're more of a turtle team, then go to that defense. In the end, we're going to have to see. We're still in the early phases, and it really starts getting dependent when you're on that 5-5, 4-6 score. When it really gets to that actual match point, those are the rounds that are really going to lead up, that are really led up by the current maps or matches / rounds that we are watching at the current moment.
Yeah, all right, and with that, we're getting the lobby set up. So I think we have all the players in already. I don't even think we have to throw to a break, Puffo. I think we can just talk for another minute, and then we should be right back in. As I do believe everyone is getting back in quickly. I hope Kirby's here. Yes, he is. So with that, one more round on the defense to go before we go into the half switch. That is going to be an interesting thing to talk about when we get there, because, of course, winning defense rounds on Nighthaven, winning them comfortably, sure. But you have to close out the game on attack. If you start on defense, you will have to close it on attack. It is a game of 2 halves, and you have to be able to do both. Now, I'm not really worried yet for Beşiktaş, because so far they're looking good, and they are very capable in terms of their just raw team play and just core mechanics. I think so far that's been working out for them well. It is really Adept who I'm worried for because I'm missing some of the team play and I'm missing some of the strategy out of them because so far it's been individual gunfights that have slanted rounds in their favor and they've lost that control very quickly because Besiktas, the moment they lose a player, they make a plan to try and regain that position, to try and regain that control, to try and find some sort of value out of the situation that they're handed. And I think have to commend that so far. They've been playing a stellar Nighthaven despite the first round slip up, and they've really been abusing that Mira. That is another thing that's really, really important. So when they get to the attack, they will be on the other end of that. They will have to deal with those Mira windows.
Yeah, they're gonna have to deal with them. Maybe not. It really depends. Also, again, if Adept is gonna be using it, I very heavily do suggest, since Mira, this is one of those maps where she is absolutely fantastic to go through with. But in the end, we're gonna have to see how it all turns out. We're gonna have to see how things connect, how the dots align, and how every single one of those players decides to go with what strategy. And of course, do keep in mind that again, just the early rounds, we're still learning, but at this point, teams should start getting accommodated with each other a bit more, see what's wrong, see what's right, see how someone reacts when a certain thing happens, and see what the strategies are, what you're really working with. But as we head into the match, we're heading now back into Nighthaven. Teams are ready, we're ready, and I hope you are too. We're going to be heading back to round number 6.
All right, straight back into it. And since you were talking about that, Puffo, I might just try and get right back to that. The idea of getting to know your opponent. I mean, Besiktas are a known quantity. If you really wanted to, Adept could have done some research on them. Not just in terms of map
Attackers need
picks,
to
but also in
locate
terms
and
of how they
defuse as
play.
many
This is a
bombs as
roster
they
that
can.
you should know about. This is a roster that you've probably seen somewhere before, right? Once or twice. Especially if you've been playing in some of these qualifiers and some of these leagues. This is a team that you should be somewhat well acquainted with. Adept should be the ones that are the unknown here, and they should have the advantage of that. But so far, that's not really working out for them because I just don't think they have the strategic depth of hiding anything to begin with. I think that they're just a freshly thrown together team that is trying to find a way to mesh. And so far, that's not working out well enough.
10 seconds to go.
Not working out at all. At least
5
not
seconds
for
left
the
before
past
insertion.
5 rounds. Definitely seeing as Besiktas is right now 4 and
Attackers'
Adept is
objective is to
looking with
locate a
that
bomb.
1. It's definitely going to be proving something. Of course, in the end, you could say it's all numbers. You could say it's only rounds. Doesn't really depend on it, but it does. It truly does say how a team well works out with certain things, how they adapt, how they overcome things, and how they work things out together. Now, of course, maybe, hopefully, throughout some time, now that we're going to be slowly transferring over to that split, Gutter will be doing a bit of a better job on that bandit trick. Let's hope for it. But again, it's not a dedicated Thatcher you're going up against. As a bandit, in the end, you're just going against EMP impacts, and he does get an exothermic charge, while the first one is going to be going over to that single wall. So he does waste it, he does deny a breach from getting open, and that's going to be releasing a bunch of pressure for the side of Besiktas because they have an extra angle they don't need to take care of.
Right, these are here taking a lot of damage, trying to find a re-challenge onto this thermite, but Setsi is able to win it. Just about 9 health remaining for both of these players. Scrap it multiple times. Just the assault rifle of the attacker coming through by just that tiny margin to open it up for Adept. As Wind is able to stack another one on top of that. Gutter goes down. It's now a 5v3 as Wind does win this gunfight with some decent health remaining. And Lim now has to go for a rotation for a big flanker. That's exactly what I talk about for this team. The moment they lose a player, they start looking for opportunities. They start looking for ways to fight straight back in. There's not a moment's hesitation for Salim. The moment he loses this teammate, he starts going top floor, starts looking for an opportunity to punish a player who's maybe not looking at him. Win has to be careful. Win goes for a rotate. The moment he steps out here, he will be punished by a Fenrir who's just sitting and waiting for him. Now the gun rings out, doesn't quite find the kill, so Win now aware of him. He'll have to try and clear him out with that bailiff. But does he know he's in this corner? He goes to swing, but no! He puts his gun away at the wrong time, and Salim is able to win the gunfight. So once again, this big flank coming out. Really good on these, and Salim even finds a second. He finishes off what was left to Setsi. That is now suddenly man count switched around as once again it is Besiktas up 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage. Salim can now start falling back. As Munchie also dies to Salim, he was still stuck on top floor and he's somehow able to find another. The value of this man in this round is huge, as this is in all likelihood going to be a 5-1 half. Unless Kirby can say something about it. He was disconnected last time around.
15
Now he will
seconds
have an
left.
opportunity to try and make up for it. He's got a lot of work for him to find. Only 10 seconds left. Tries to push into the Animus breach.
5 seconds
Fire
remaining.
canister goes off. Clear canister deployed. Facing a mirror window. He has no information on the side. He pushes
Operators,
in.
you are out of
I don't think
time.
he has access to the diffuser. And yeah, that will be the round for Besiktas. They go up 5-1 into the half switch.
5-1. A round split that isn't necessarily or usually referred to as winnable from that point on. A lot of people, there have been rare occasions with comebacks, there have been definitely rare occasions with people being just that much more favored on the side of defense to the point where they absolutely pop off and get a 5-1 for themselves, or even better, a 6-0 in the end, managing to take it. But again, rare occasions, we don't see those a lot, and we
Attackers need
most
to locate
probably
and
won't be
defuse as
seeing
many
another one
bombs as they
today.
can.
Hopefully I'm not going to cast or curse it, because I don't want Besiktas to be having a bit of a grudge against me in the later of the day. But whatever it is, whatever it may be, as of current, 5-1, beautiful score,
Attackers have
and
located
still
a bomb.
possible for a bit of a Brazil. And again, you give them one round, and they're looking at match point. You give them another, and they're going to be looking at the first match of today, the first match of Voltage League up until now. Of course, do keep in mind at the same time that this is a BO1, and
10 seconds remaining.
well, after this one, we're just going to continue on to a different team, different match,
5 seconds
and a
remaining.
whole different map. So, you better take it now that you still can. This is the early stages of Voltage League. Might as well rack up as many points as you can.
Dreadmine out.
Unfortunately, we've lost another player. As a rehost being called by the players. Waiting on confirmation. It looks like we may not be rehosting, so this might just be a 4v5 going into this next round. Would be unfortunate for Besiktas. The moment they switch halves, they get put into a disadvantage. Maybe it's just a mandatory handicap. They're forced to bring out a handicap for themselves. Goddard just said, you know what? You guys can do it without me. You don't even need me. All you need is sell him. Just get 3 kills out of nowhere. That's all you need to win the round. And sadly, I don't know if you caught it, Puffo. I don't know which operator we lost, but at the very least, the Mavericks still on the board, so
I do
everything is
believe
lost.
it was... Let me check. I have no clue. I have absolutely zero, but let's hope Besiktas, you know, they're going to be able to still make out something out of this. Maybe waste just enough time to get back in with their teammates, and hopefully we're not going to be going through another phase of rehosting. As, of course, we're in the middle of it, slowly ascending upon the site, slowly starting to take as much as they can, getting that ground, getting that pressure, putting it all over to the side of the depth. That's what they need to do to get that execute off. Removing utilities, removing players, removing whatever you can for the enemies is really the way of going about it. And as we speak of it, they're going to be doing quite the exact opposite. Losing a player in the meanwhile, that's going to be Salim off the board. 3-5 is brought on. And in the meanwhile, you also lost your demos, which, in case, when it comes to 1v1 or 2v1 situations, you're going to be having a bit of a rougher time. But the breach is going to be getting opened by DAs, slowly starting to make some progress, but it's not going to be enough to make up for what you've lost up until now. A great value of time and a great value of frag potential. And slowly starting to creep up towards the site in the meanwhile.
Setting Selma.
Diffuser has been dropped.
45 seconds left. C4 gets blown up from down below. Setsy's able to find another. It wasn't down below. It was just thrown straight through the breach. Never mind. Now it's only down to Denadi and Borov, who have to try and swing in. A flashbang comes out onto the wrong player. That is a Warden. He does not care about that flashbang. He has his Google lenses activated. It's only down to Borov with
Attackers have
33
recovered
health.
their diffuser.
Try and swing out. Expecting a player in the hard right corner of the site. Flashbang comes out. May give another opportunity for the Warden to swing out yet again, but no, it's Win instead. The first round for Adept. Once again, potentially influenced also by that disconnect coming through.
Maybe.
But
Just
regardless
maybe.
of that, I mean, it is around for Adept, but they still got a long way to go, and Besiktas still firmly in the lead. This shouldn't affect them if they can get their player back in.
Yeah, I mean, that 4v5 at the very early was very unfortunate. We'll be getting some questions. We'll be pausing the time. We'll be getting information about a rehost. And in the meanwhile, just making sure that everything is okay. Making sure that we're all working things out as things go along. Now, of course, a bit of a comeback is starting to smell out of me. I do feel a bit of a sensation, a bit of a tingle that it could be possible that Adept is going to be making it a bit better, but they really can't mess up in the end game. They really can't start throwing rounds in any case. They got this one chance to go at a 4v5 and then just continue to execute off of it nicely, just bringing them down one after another, and in the end managed to get themselves the second round. But the real question is how well they're going to be able to keep that up.
Yeah, momentum will now start playing a role, as this is the second big timeout that we have due to technical reasons. So just once again, this is just going to slow the pace. There won't be any big momentum built off of this round, which I think fair enough, because it was a round one for Adept. They shouldn't be given momentum off of a disconnect of Gutter. But at the same time, just questionable whether or not Besiktas are able to drag this over the line. We'll see once their player is back in. They'll be given an opportunity to attack with all five. And I definitely think that the rotations are going to start hurting Adept. Even if they can win their primary and secondary bomb sites, they will have to go to a third. They will have to go to first floor at some point, and those are difficult to hold. There's a lot of elements to that, and Besiktas are a fairly strategical team. I feel like they've been doing better on that so far inside of this matchup, and very worried for Adept to be able to put together enough of their team play to not get caught by surprise at least one or two times, because realistically, that's all Besiktas need to win.
Yep. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to be bringing off something a bit off topic. Reprints, if you were to be imagining right now, just to open up a roll of paper for news and you saw Bob finally managed to fix his VLC, what would your honest reaction to that information be?
Hog.
Pog champ indeed, because for some reason, my VLC decided, let's enable hardware encoding. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it does, but I disabled it, and now we're back on track. And with that, hopefully we can get a player in just in the next second. Hopefully rehost won't be needed. But again, there are going to be 5 matches today. If you guys don't know that yet, if you viewers, you lovely viewers, you lovely chatters aren't aware of it yet. So after this, we still have 4 more to go. But as of right now, Besiktas is going to be on a very, of course, this is an obvious piece of information, but on a very decent lead. And even with, if I'm correct, Besiktas, it was Adept that selected this map?
Yeah. So they were given the choice between Border and Nighthaven.
Oh god.
And they decided to ban out Border, which is why Besiktas started on the defense. They did get to start on their preferred side, and you can tell by a 5-1 split that they certainly had a reason to start on this side specifically. But regardless of that, I mean, the map picks are down to also what the other teams, what these two teams decided to ban out. Before that, it is a BO1. We have a map pool of 9, so there's a lot of maps that you can potentially take another team to, because there's only so many that can be banned away from you, which usually leads to a lot of very default maps because people want to play it safe. This time around, we have Nighthaven coming out, as some of the standards, Clubhouse, for instance, being banned out by Besiktas. They also were the ones to take out Lair, sadly. But we'll get an opportunity at some point.
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, Gutter's back again. Pity's back. Tell a friend we're going to be having him pick on that buck. Now we have another 5v5 situation. Hopefully no more disconnects. We've had 2 already. One from the side of Kirby, one from the side of Gutter. But they're going to be both back and ready to attack. Going into a round, we're going to be going back downstairs. Now, previously it was It was Beshkatash who was downstairs. It was the problems with the bandit trickers. It was all sorts of issues occurring left and right, but we haven't been seeing, at least from my side of view, I've been having a bit of a tough time watching the stream on a Discord pixelated stream, so I haven't been seeing much, but in general, the side of Beshkatash, let's hope we're going to be seeing a bunch of verticality. Again, I do love seeing Deimos being very outshone here. I do love Deimos being the one that's always picked, of course, always gets nice frags, but in the end, he always manages to be one of the earlier picks, at least for the majority of the times I've seen him. Every time I look over to, oh, cool, a Deimos, I really love Deimos, he just decides, you know what, how about I get picked up first? In the meanwhile, we're also going to be having Damien on that Vigil action, which another interesting operator pick, especially because he does, in a sort of way, counter Deimos. I'm still wondering what the pick behind the Warden thought is. We of course we can go off of flashes, we see them on Buck, we see them on Dokkaebi, we could go off of the smoke play, but in the end Warden is just an overall operator, and I think as we speak of him, as we cast the curse, Warden will be getting taken out that exact same split second.
Why'd you have to curse it, Buffo?
I'm sorry.
You talk about the Warden questioning why that may be an operator in the lineup, how he could be important later on in the round, and of course he's the opening death. Let's go down to the roam clear, as I think most important of all, Win probably was bringing this operator for the stun and potentially for the field drone. They seem to be liking the Warden just to balance out some of the flashbangs coming in from Besiktas, but what I'm worried about is stand out. I don't really see them be bringing the Warden as a mainstay inside of your lineups. This is the second time that Adept chooses to bring this off. And yeah, in the first round he found some value. This time around, simply because he dies early, he doesn't find any. But in other circumstances, I struggle to see how this could be an operator of great value, as Munchie tries to rotate back and gets caught in that rotation by Gutter, leaving us in a 2v5. Damien and Kirby. Damien is about to swing into the same angle that his teammate died to. Gutter takes him down as well. It's only down to the mirror. He has to find 5 opponents. Won't be able to find even the first. And Bodov takes him down for a quick 5 versus 0. A flawless round. And the moment they get an opportunity to have all 5 alive in the round, Besiktas even end the round with all 5 alive. Put themselves onto match point.
Put themselves on the match point, 6-2, and what I've been seeing with Adepts very commonly is that positioning. Warden just roaming around windows, very possible, that are connected to the outside. The attackers broke it down, they shot him out, he didn't even react to it. Poor Warden, although it was a caster curse, so I can't blame him for that. That's not really a thing you can defend yourself against. It's like Outer Worlds. But when it comes down to the Vigil, to the Izami, what was that? Just completely running into the sides of Gutter. He barely regained his match, and you're already giving him picks one after another. Yazami just trying to just run across the hall, hoping, praying even, to maybe get back into sight, to maybe help out the poor Mira who's stuck sandwiched between 2 operators, some from above. Didn't work out a single bit. I mean, the fact that it just out of nowhere started sprinting, even though there was so much contention around that area. A lot of ghost pressure also coming onto Damien as he was trying really hard as Vigil. You know, he was contesting the side of Vigil, he was really holding it all down, but no one was really there. He was going for some pre-fires, trying to get some sort of pick, but again, it was ghost contention from the side of Beshkatash. No one was there, but Vigil seemed to be scared of something, and that definitely wasn't them. In the meanwhile, Zami was just spreading herself and just going across the field, hoping not to get shot right in between the legs. But as we continue, a bit of a spread push comes out from Beshkatash, going in from below and going in from above. At the same time, while they are trying to take the side of electrical, trying to get all of that all of those necessary connections to site to actually start testing it, Adept is just going to be turtling around and at the same time doing a one-sided defense. They're going to be mostly in that vertical, and they're not going to be holding site too heavily because, of course, this is one of the sites and the only site that could be fully defended off of verticals alone. And just as we get to them, Adept using that defensive side they set up to get himself one. In the exact same second, Salim crawls up the stairs and manages to cut off Zetzi off guard, the Legion off the board now, and that revolver is still going to be kicking in hard into the late rounds.
All right. That, I mean, no RAM means a lot less work play to potentially work around. But at the same time, the Legion dead early means you may not be stepping into some of those gold mines when you're going into the site later on. So this allows more time for Besiktas to potentially set up and execute. And they will need that time as Munchie is able to take down Silim. A good off angle vaulted up inside of Kitchen. Hole made for him just to try and find this pickup. And Damien elsewhere from top rafters is able to shoot down onto Budolf. A lot of terror raining down from above here from depth. They're able to find 2 crucial kills, leaving it down to Denati and Theezer. Now have a chance to find the first one. Win once again looking the wrong way, and Theezer is given a second. Damien goes down as well. Suddenly, this looks a lot more winnable for Besiktas. Got a minute to go. Munchie in the corner. He's being pinched. They're worried about this, but Kirby is there to swing out. He finds Denati, leaving it only down to Theezer. He's able to find 2. He will have to try and find 2 more, but no, he dies from the same angle his teammate died to as Munchie gets straight back up onto that table. It's a round for Adept. They keep themselves inside of this matchup for now. Will prevent a victory for Besiktas this early. They will draw 1 back as they now have 3 more to go. Try and make this an overtime game.
Get an overtime, as that's what they need to do in order to keep themselves. Just like you said, it took the words right out of my mouth. But Besiktas even getting close. A nice double that came out from Theezer, and it was unexpected. He got the challenge. He accepted it. He went into 2v2, which was just a short way of saying 1v1v1. In the end, he managed to pick off 1. There was no attempted refrank because Theezer was there before him. When the kill happened, he instantly had a feeling there was a second one inflict onto it and got himself a nice double. But in the end, when it came down to the 2v2, Adept did actually end up taking it, and they managed to secure the round. But they need to do 3 more in a row without failing once, because if they do, we're going to be going over to match number 2. So, Nighthaven not going as bad. We're going to be going back downstairs. This is where Besiktas just absolutely dominated them last time. Last time it was a battle of positions and how you really want to sort out the stat where you want to be, where you want to stick to. And in the end, Adept didn't seem to be able to find the right angles. They didn't want to stick to anything. They were in the middle of everything, going for a run on Munchie. That's going to be successfully getting the edge, but Selim gets an instant refrag. Same window will be getting picked off. Warden taking the exact same damage from the exact same angle, even possibly from the exact same angle, but this time around he managed to retreat just in a second. Got a bit of PTSD in the meanwhile, managed to get around that doorway, but does take a slight bit of damage, which could be a bit of a trouble. Now this trade for the Mozzie, Munchie, I wouldn't call it necessarily good because that door could be now hands and hands. So not only do they not need to destroy them, but they can use them for themselves. We'll be destroying them in the meanwhile, just as I said, and a bit of a blitz action, a bit of action from that blitz. We'll be scouting out for any roamers or for anyone to really just push into a corner and beat to a bloody pulp.
Yeah, I'm loving this from Besiktas a lot faster than what Adept was doing. We remember Adept on one of their basement attacks, they were just struggling to even get onto the first floor whatsoever. Besiktas, much faster. They get themselves onto top floor, run straight through it, immediately for Aqua Stairs to try and push themselves down. Of course, they have lost gunner now. But Denati will not be deterred by that. They continue trying to take first floor control. They're trying to fight these Adept players head on. So far, just in terms of raw strategy, just in terms of like the faults of what these guys practice before the game, what they practice in scrims and whatnot, and in other officials, liking this a lot more.
Located by
Of course, they
attackers.
do have a man
Attackers drop
disadvantage.
the diffuser.
They will have to try and find
Attackers recover
someone
the
in a
diffuser.
position caught out somewhere. They want to have a good shot of maybe executing their way into sight. Gennady now just moving around, looking for an opportunity. I'm waiting for this blitz to become important. Of course, if he gets matched against the wall, that flash on the shield may become useless. Bodov now playing Bird, so very well played. You have lost the buck, but you have brought soft breaches on Bodov, which may just be a lifesaver to create some more pressure, more avert angles into these defenders. Just make them move around a bit. Make them worry.
Make them
Now
scarce.
stuck. Yeah, that mirror window. Timer is ticking lower. They still have to deal with that mirror window. Not finally smoke comes out, but once again, this might favor the Warden.
Might favor the Warden indeed, as Mina will be getting a pick with that pistol. Secondary in hand, goes for a second challenge, and those impacts are going to be dealing quite a bit of damage, but it's going to be Footsies getting shot out. Just in time for a repack, comes out, barely wastes all bullets. Nobody with a secondary as well, delivering the final blow. Bodolf does join along, a double kill for the side of Beşiktaş in a matter of seconds, leaving the Warden down to 6, down to Selim to get that opening shot and take it home. And Beşiktaş, the first match of Voltage League Season 4, going to them, their first BO1 today, and winning against Dept in their own map. So with that in mind, Nighthaven is over. Thankfully, we're back on track, and we have 4 more matches to go, so stay tuned because this is going to get a whole lot more hectic than it has. Very respectable with the score. 7-3 is definitely a good score to start off, especially with the first round being a decent amount of technical difficulties along the way, but in the end, they got it, they won it, and they got away scot-free with a very nice round for themselves, adding up to those points and getting us to the end of the first match.
All right, and with that, Beşiktaş move on into the round of 16. They will be playing against Infuria Esport next. And speaking of Infuria, we should get our host back in for a second, if we can.
Yeah, what a
Oh, hello,
match.
hello.
Yeah, and hello, lovely people. Thank you so much for
You are
casting
muted on
our
our end. We
first.
can't hear you.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, you can hear me now, I think. Hopefully.
Yes.
Yay. Small technical issue, but it's fine. So welcome back, everyone, and thank you so much for your casting, your first match in the season 4. So guys, tell me, Reprince, you said yourself the advantage for Beşiktaş, and we saw it. Like the result in the end favored Beşiktaş. But let's take a quick turn and just put Beşiktaş aside and tell me, if you were the coach or like the manager for Adapt, what would you tell them after this match? Like, what would they need to focus on to change for the next qualifier?
Well, I think for them, it's down to defaults. It's down to getting a bit more practice in and just having a better routine. They were forced out onto Nighthaven. I don't know if this is a map that they were scrimming, that they were prepping going into this qualifier. But from the looks of it, they were playing very disjointed, very aggressive. They did have the confidence. I wasn't worried about that. Damien was good in terms of gunfights. He was able to win a decent chunk, especially some gunfights that he totally was not supposed to win. And in a shooter, that is important. If you can win disadvantageous situations, something that, some of the best players in this game are renowned for doing exactly that. The reason we celebrate Shaiko is because he can win any gunfight anywhere. And so Damien's doing a good job of that. The problem is that he needs his team to work around and he needs people to be able to refrag him. And that's just kind of what I'm missing. So I would say stick together a little more, play less disjointed, and just practice some defaults. You need to be able to tag map control faster. They were very slow in getting in the building and they were wasting quite a few drones. Those are a few things to look at. They'll be able to come back into the other 2 qualifiers. Of course, this isn't the end for them just yet. But at least for today, they're out, and Beşiktaş get to move on. And, formidable opponent in the first round, also a bit unfortunate. But if you want to be the best, you got to beat every team.
Yeah, true. I definitely agree. So before we talk a little bit about the next game and Bob, so we saw the struggle a little bit from Adapt. So what do you think was the main focus or the main strength from Beşiktaş? What did you see that you really liked in the way Beşiktaş played out this match?
Definitely how they didn't necessarily split apart to go for 1v1s, but if they took these gunfights, they definitely did it either as a team or they connected somehow throughout the entire map. We saw when taking out some early stages, they went for a blitz. They had 2 people going upstairs, 2 people on the side, a bit more downstairs. They kind of connected everything. If something went wrong, they'd be able to help out with either completely shutting out all rotations, all flanks, anything coming out from behind, and focus on that simple objective and that objective alone. Or in the end, it also came down to loving to see that bandit trigger. Absolutely phenomenal to see the performance of that. But in the end, I feel like Beşiktaş, again, it's really down to how much confidence and how much, of course, experience they have. And it definitely shows that for now, Adept doesn't have nearly as much as them. But of course, that can all be improved in due time.
Yeah, and I would like to remind everyone that just because a team went out in this qualifier doesn't mean they don't have a chance to qualify to the stage to the season 4 of Voltage League. There is two qualifiers left, so there is still chances to fix the mistakes in this qualifier. And who knows, maybe we'll see adapt tomorrow in a better form and they will surprise us. So, and still, let's talk about more in this qualifier. This qualifier, I think we will see in the next 4 matches. I think we will see more maps. I don't think we will see all of them going to be Night Haven. Which maps do you think we will see today? Reprints?
Definitely Clubhouse. We've just lost Oregon, so the other standard map that's gonna be coming through is gonna be Clubhouse, and we may see some Chalet. We did joke earlier about every single game today being Chalet. That, in fact, is not the case. We've had one Night Haven, so we've already broken that curse at least.
Maybe three
But
chalets.
maybe three more
Yes.
Chalets. We'll have to wait and see, but I definitely think Chalet Club are the favorite ones, especially in terms of default maps. But hey, we saw Night Haven already. We could see some more funky map picks. We could see some Consulate coming out or something like that. I'm always open to a Consulate, a Skyscraper, anything like that.
Bob, which map do you want to see?
Personally, I'd love to see some cafe and
Ooh,
Consulate definitely.
interesting.
But I'm like I said in the past, I'm expecting everything to just be Chalet from now on. If it isn't, hands down to these players, just making it that more exciting. But personally, I'm hoping a bit of cafe action would never hurt.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me myself, I think Clubhouse would be the safe ground for everyone because, as Reaper said, we lost Borgen, thank God, and we lost Oregon to Layer. So maybe teams are not really ready now to show Layer, and maybe teams want to save that for later, or maybe teams would like to save it for the Voltage League itself. Maybe we'll see. So, okay, what do you guys expect from the next match? Let's talk about the next match a little bit. Reprints, what do you think?
So next game we've got coming up, we don't know the opponent yet. I still think we don't know the opponent. Well, I can tell you what the potential opponents will be. So next game we're gonna watch is Penta. I'm excited for that. It's an org that's been around every single corner of Siege, including console. So seeing them back in here, I don't know what roster they picked up, so I'm curious about that. And they will play against the winner of Aku Aku versus Team Eclipse. So a lot of unfamiliar names in here. Not sure what to expect. Penta have picked up some form of a German roster, so we'll have to wait and see. It's Germans, so I'm definitely expecting like 4 Clubhouse picks somehow. It's a BO1, but they're somehow going to be able to play Clubhouse twice.
We're gonna manage to do it, definitely.
We'll see.
Clubhouse after
Of course,
Clubhouse after Clubhouse.
Ooh, maybe it will not be 3 chalets. Maybe it will be 3 clubhouse.
Ooh, could
What
be.
do you think, Bob?
Could definitely be. I'm definitely again. I would consider Chalet to slowly start replacing Oregon, but just not yet. Clubhouse is definitely still in the major of the safe picks. It's been basically now it's the most common played map out of all of them since Oregon is out of the pick. But honestly, like I said, Cafe, or if we get to see Layer, that would also be fantastic to see what in the early stages of comp what these teams can already bring to the map, because there's going to be a lot of experimenting on this map. Already probably is. And if there isn't, I guess the teams will have to find out themselves what they can and can't do.
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, Penta is not the same Penta we know, but like at least we know the org, we know the history, we know the dynasty of Penta and the old Penta. Maybe this Penta could live up to the name. We still don't know. We'll see about it. And let's talk about something different. We talked about the maps, we talked about the teams, we talked about the things that we expect. Let's talk about the operators for a second, because sometimes, and especially with this meta, there is a lot of broken and OP operators that you should keep an eye on, because you have in your hand a little bit to ban. You only have one of each side to ban, and you just like have to deal with the rest. So what do you think is the most defend and attack operators that should be not played, especially in the meta that we have, the shield metas and the mountain, and we saw Besiktas banning straight away the Monty and the Clash. So Reaper, tell me, what do you think more operators except the shields should we keep an eye on?
Well, the Clash is a bit more out there, but definitely. I mean, number one operator, number one enemy of the state right now is Monty. Since the shield rework, shields have become a lot more powerful. We've seen a lot more blitz come out, and the blitz. The reason we see so many people play blitz now is because he's been buffed. He's now good enough to be brought out, but he's not good enough to beat out Monty. The problem is Monty is so good that he has become a staple ban and a perma ban for a lot of teams, which means that a lot of teams are now bringing blitz as a substitute. So blitz somehow sees his pick rate skyrocket because of a buff to Monty, which is quite interesting. And aside from that, I think an operator to always watch out for is Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi is currently so proficient in roam clearing. We're once again in a roaming meta, and Dokkaebi absolutely shuts that down. And if you combine that with a Deimos, it becomes so difficult to safely roam and to safely fall back to side. It becomes very chaotic, very disruptive. And so those two are operators to look out for on the attack. And on the defense, we still have our staples. You know, we've seen Asami nerf, we've seen Solus nerf, we've seen Fenrir nerf. They're all now viable, but not good enough to necessarily be banned out. Fenrir can still be annoying, but he's now, you can work with him now. So Mira, once again, is just a staple. She will, unless they change something dramatic about her Mira windows, she's always going to be a strong operator. And other than that, on the defense, I currently don't see anyone who stands out. I feel like everyone has fallen back in line, and we now have just, you know, what previously was 5 overpowered operators, now 5 operators in line. It is the Valkyrie, it's the Fenrir, it's the Solus, it's the Azami. You have to deal with all of those. It's a lot that you can bring onto the table depending on what lineup you want to choose. And someone to also look out for is the Tumorao.
Definitely. Yeah, before we hear your opinion about the operators, Bob, while we're waiting for the next match, we'll just take a quick break and we will be back right to you, everyone.
Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And welcome back, everyone, from the quick break. Now we have our match almost ready. So we will have Team Penta Esports against Team Aku Aku, who just finished their map with a score of 8-6. And the map was, drum rolls please, casters. It was Clubhouse. So now we're going into another clubhouse, guys. So maybe this is the start of one out of 3 clubhouse, maybe.
Hey, I did predict it. Don't shake your head like that. Don't shake your head like that.
Don't want
I
it. I
know
don't
you're
want to see
shaking
it.
your
I
head.
don't want to see it. I don't want it.
I said it's Penta Sports, so we're definitely seeing a clubhouse. I have no idea who the players are, but they're German, so of course we're going to clubhouse. It
Yeah.
made perfect sense to go to Hanover, but where else would you go? And yeah, with Oregon being banned out, this just becomes the new default next to Chalet. It's just kind of what we were expecting, so nothing out of the ordinary so far, Puffo.
Nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, Clubhouse, love it. It's to be expected. I mean, it's their. It feels like home to them. So honestly, not too much of a surprise to me, but still counting for Lero Cafe myself.
So, guys, let's talk about the team. We talked about the map. We already know Clubhouse back to like the back of our hands. We know now the two teams are facing each other. We don't know maybe too much about the teams because new players, new rosters. Maybe we know the org a little bit, but what do you guys expect to see like in general from a new team in such map? Reaper, what do you think?
No expectations out of Penta. I don't recognize anybody, so I can't really give you a comprehensive insight into how they play because they also haven't even played anyone yet. They got a bye round in the round of 32, so they've been waiting for their opponent to finish their game. And Aku Aku took all the way into overtime to win their first game against Team Eclipse. So we already know that Aku Aku is struggling a bit to close out games. Otherwise, they would have done away with the first one in regulation. However, they have won. They have made it into the round of 16, and maybe just maybe Penta will be their reward. I have no way to gauge this. I recognize some of the players on Aku Aku, some former members out of the FEL, out of the Finnish league, but that isn't saying much. South Park is the one player that I really recognize, and there isn't really anything great to go off of with that information.
Yeah. Bob, what do you expect quickly before we get into the match? You can let us know.
What do I expect? I expect both these teams to bring some hype, to bring some joy, and bring some double kills also. Apology to sneak in. Listen to me, players. It's worth it. But yeah, it's Clubhouse. Let's start getting into it. Let's get this action rolling. Let's see what these players can bring, and let's see if one of these teams is going to, or actually, let's see, not if, but which team will be taking home the second win of today. Going into Clubhouse, I mean, bans should be as ordinary as they come around. The Ying is definitely going to be, again, you really need to focus on that Warden if she's going to be on your attacking side. And if not, of course, the Warden getting taken off would be a big major thing. But whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Second attack is going to be the Maverick. A bit of an interesting one, but for Clubhouse, he's definitely worth it. He can go hatches, he can go for breaches, and since two of the main breaches on both sides upstairs do go constantly directly to the outside, where it makes Maverick have an easy time with breaching, especially because he's so safe and lets people cover him from the outside as well, it's going to be a very worth it ban. The third one is going to be Fenrir, and just going to be one of those pillars. It's going to be one of those constants that's always going to get banned, just like King at the current meta. And for the final one, it's going to be Tuba Rao. With how breach dependent this really can be, with how strong Tuba Rao is not only on main breaches, but hatches at the same time, it's completely fine. I completely understand it. And I think bans could have switched between maybe if you switch that Tuba Rao for an Azami, maybe for a Valkyrie. But again, those are both outshunned by Tubara. That's how great of an operator he is here. And Reprints, any thoughts?
I totally zoned out. Did I hear Maverick and safe in the same sentence? Is that what you
Yes.
said?
Attackers
To
need
some
locate
extent,
and defuse
if
as many bombs
reaching
as
on
they
the
can.
inside of the building, let's say going for hatches, I would say there's a bit more of risk than when you're outside the building going for a rappel. You have people also watching on rappel in case anyone wants to peek you.
Attackers have discovered the
I would have
location
agreed
of a
with you
bomb.
last season, but fun fact, did you know that you can line up your C4s now and it shows a little funny arc? The moment you make a tiny Maverick hole, you're going to get C4 to hell and back. Like,
Okay.
at the moment with the new meta, Maverick outside the map is not safe at all. On the hatches, it's a
10
bit
seconds
better
left
because he
before
can
insertion.
prone and just, like, you know, just move around the hatch, especially inside
5
of
seconds
bar
to
for the
insertion.
moto hatch. That's very, very safe. It's very difficult to try and kill a Maverick on
Attackers are
that. You need
heading
to
out
get
to
the
defuse
timing
a bomb.
just right. You need to make sure you're not overexposing yourself. You're the one at risk when you're down below in the hatch. But when it comes to outside, Maverick is not really a safe operator to bring. It would be much safer to just ban out the Tubarao, bring a Thatcher, open up the wall with a Thermite and an Ace. That is so much easier. And it's looking like, at least for the moment, Penta seems to be bringing at least some of the operators necessary. There is no dedicated Thatcher on the board, but I assume there will be Impact EMPs. Yes, there's 2 Impact EMPs on the board. And there's the Hatch Queen. Of course, we start in basement, so who else to bring but the Hatch Queen, as No Hunter picks up the Hibana. Basically a must pick, as long as she's open on basement inside of Clubhouse. And at the moment, Aku Aku going for a bit of a roam over on strip side with Kid Adam. First engagement, no damage exchange just yet, but at least they're getting warmed up. At least they're getting to see each other. Now Kid Adam going for a big rotation, trying to get around the map. You have to be careful he doesn't get cut off. Takes time here.
But a first opening pick does come out from Kid Adam. Speaking of him, he's going to be getting the fight dropped onto the side of Penta. Goes around the map, takes a bit of a stroll, and gets one for himself, taking off the Ash off the board, but not taking out too much utility for Penta. While Penta is doing a bit of a quick clearage of everything around. At the same time, trading out a player for it is definitely not going to be worth it. They did spread out across the entire map. We had a Dokkaebi on hatch, we had an Ash going to red, and we had multiple players just focusing on the side of kitchen hatch and club, or should I say moto hatch. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be a pick. It's going to be opening one, and we're going to be slowly starting to go towards that execute. As Penta is already close to setting up, they're just going for Valkyrie cameras, making sure no C4 setups are going to be able to punish them in case that IQ is definitely going to be coming in handy, and slowly going for hatches again. Since the 2 hours are on board, you might as well forget bringing the Kane. You might also forget bringing the IQ for later, as XM gets a nice opening second to the side of our lovely, or actually South Park gets one, an opening onto XM. In the meanwhile, gets played that out instantly, and we'll be dropping down to a 3v4. But secondly, we also need to get that hatch push. We also need to get some sort of pressure going over to the side of Aku Aku, and they're slowly progressing down. Get Adam finishes it again, gets a double kill for himself, but the push will be brought onto him. A crossfire comes out, 1v3 dropped off, a self kill from a C4, and Kid Adam finishes it just like he started it, but in the meanwhile, that C4 was purely out of panic, and it managed to get him definitely a kill, but not the one he was hoping for.
It even gives him it gets him the admiration of Kid Adam as well. He gets a 3K in the round and just has to slow clap for his teammate, who really contributed to this round. I mean, lovely. Exao just decides to pull the trigger on a C4 that may be a little too close to him. I don't know where he was trying to throw that. He might have tried to throw it up a hatch and it maybe didn't stick to the ceiling the way he
Defenders,
wanted it
protect
to.
your bombs
I
from
have
being
no
defused
idea.
by
But
attackers.
it doesn't quite work out for him. And another thing that I would like to mention is, I don't know if anybody has told South Park this yet, but if you hold right click, you can actually scope in, which makes your gun more accurate. It gives you a better fighting chance to try and win the gunfight when you're being challenged.
Since when?
Maybe since when? Is that in the new mid-season patch?
I
have
think
no
it
idea.
is.
Well, certainly South Park hasn't seemed to the imaginary patch notes that we have discovered, because he's trying to take a gunfight while tip fire.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait,
are we not casting C as well?
5
What's
seconds.
happening here? I thought
this
was
is
good, though.
this is Valorant actually.
Oh, Oh,
Locate a
you
bomb
do
and
have a
defuse
bit
it.
more aiming there. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't a mid-season patch, but it was definitely a patch for Aquaquas. Taking hipfire gunfights is about the way they want to go about it. Also, shooting themselves up with C4s beneath their feet is another way of strategizing. It seems like just to distract the enemies, but in the meanwhile, they're also going to be starting it off again aggressively. Farah gets one, and that's going to be not only one, it's going to be the Dokkan. A very strong operator overall. One that could have possibly also been a ban. But doesn't matter. If you take her off the board, you don't need to ban her if she's going to be your opening pick. And while that's happening, Penta, again, going for these a bit more fast-paced pushes, you're going to need to make sure to not be sloppy while doing them, because double-checking Aku right now is the thing you want to do, unless you want to end up like your Dokkan.
That's the first player dead, and 6ix9ine immediately taking some damage as he wanted to get into Garage as quickly as possible, even so far as stepping into his own Ash charge. And somehow, on the main breach, the mirror is allowed to vault through the rotate and shoot those stones off the wall, rotate into Jim without being punished.
Drone activated.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
a little worried about how much Aku is allowed to get away with at the moment, as Penta doesn't seem to really have highway control. They're going fairly one-dimensionally. They do have control of cash now, but everything inside of Con has been reinforced off, and Kid Adam plays around this window beautifully. Let's get highway control. Throws out a C4. It goes very wide. Not in a good position for him to try and find a kill off of this. The 6ix9ine will finally be able to capitalize on that. And that is now construction cleared out to have a chance to start their ingress toward the side. They do have a man disadvantage as they've lost 2 of their players. The Dokkaebi very, very early, the Thatcher just now. With a minute left to go, drones are now starting to come out. A bit of drone util still left alive as No Honor is able to find Exile as well. But they're making this an even man count. We'll give them an opportunity. Faro gets pushed as well. XM1014 is able to get that one, but immediately the trade from down below, South Park with the C4. Good information on the Valcams. Now it's down to No Honor and 6ix9ine. Have to try and pinch here. Map control has been gained. No Honor is on that mirror window. 6ix9ine is inside of the site as well. Honor does have access to that diffuser. No more C4 down below. South Park has rotated. As down the post flat. 5 seconds as now it gets stuck, turns into 45 as Kieran's able to get the first one, leaving No Honor all alone to try and defend this case. But he gets taken down by Kieran. Finds a double for himself. South Park not able to get into the fight in time. Kieran does it all by himself. Doesn't need the help of his teammate. Puts it away very quickly, and Aku up 2-0 by the clubhouse.
Pulls a nice double for himself in the very end, and also gets the defuse, just since if he already got that double, might as well put a bit of a cherry on top. As well, the second round for Aku, very well constructed. The way they go out about it, the way they got that opening pick, I mean, I don't know how the Dokkaebi got taken out. Whatever it was, in the end, it was theirs. It also allowed them to roam just a bit more freely, go around sites, and also not have to destroy their own main cameras if things got worse. But again, Aku, you know, that Mugen taken on construction did give a bit more space to Penta, but with the amount of pushback, with the amount of stagger they were delivering, it was definitely worthwhile just to contest Logi, to get it back, to retake it, to put any type of attacker trying to push forward down 6 foot below. In the meanwhile, also, they're going to be securing their gadgets throughout the game. We saw, you know, the Miros being destroyed by the Ace. Red Loves, he went out, he jumped, he tried to save him. And of course, Penta couldn't execute off of it because the Miro jumping through that rotation on the Miro window was definitely just about safe enough to get away with destroying the Ace charges, and at the same time, getting away on the gym, rotating back wherever she needed to. In the end, Aku playing it a bit more well than Penta, also having these early games, and at the end, also managing to bring it back just a bit more. They have been quite consistent, and that this round is going towards Penta just a bit. But in the end, they can't really go off of it. They can't continue the streak they started, and that's going to be their definite possible biggest major mistake I've been noticing up until now. We're going to need to change it up, and the way they take things fastly is extremely helpful, but the way they lose players fastly too is not going to be helpful. Losing your Ash in the first half a minute, 6-9 off the board, you still have that Dokkaebi, but in the meanwhile, XM getting a pick with the Capital Crossbolt. No contestation from Southbark, he's just going to be taking it. No absolute recollection of what happened, but in the end, it's going to be a bit more of help from that. Of course, it was also the Wamai, which is a surprising factor, seeing as Wamai can counter the Capital. But whatever it was, it's back to stalemate. We don't have a 4v5. Now it's down to a 4v4, and that's evened out.
Right, and Kieran once again, quick double pick. Find 2 for himself. Dokubi still roaming around the map looking for opportunities. That SMG-12 in hand. Just waiting to pounce on anyone that might be flanking him. But at the moment, that doesn't seem to be the case. Everybody on Team Mako just holding their feet still for a bit. They do have that man advantage. They don't really have to do anything. They can just sit and wait. Now there's some fire pop on the main breach as well. Kai does get spotted out behind the bomb. He'll shoot that drone and just stick his position. He doesn't really have to move. He's not forced to move. Nobody contesting him just yet. No honor. Finds the swing onto Kieran. And Snovka is able to find another one at the bottom. Does suddenly turn things around. But now the Kai gets a bit more active. Tries to find the swing onto the ace. Won't quite be able to get the connection. The Dokubi quickly outside the window. I don't have to worry about behind him. C4 comes out. Does it come out in time? No, he doesn't connect with the player. Kid Adam down to 8 HP. Falls back. Exile is able to find one more. Just the 2 players on breach left. Hold up coming through from the guide. No honor. Doesn't quite connect onto that. 30 seconds. Now the rotation into garage is coming through from Snupka, who's down to very low HP. But he can establish another angle if he can find an important pick here. Might allow No Honor to get in. He might allow them to start putting the plant down. Even to just push deep into
15
site.
seconds remaining.
Still a C4 in hand. He could go down below. He could throw it out onto the breach from where he is right now on red. Now the plant comes through on default. Moves that C4. No Honor moves off of it. Gets himself away. There we go. He does waste that C4, but he goes back onto default position and gets caught up by Exile.
An unfortunate turn of events. Gets that retreat. With the diffuser, does manage to avoid the C4 coming out right beneath his feet. But in the end, tries to repeat it, tries to go for the replant. Assumes that, of course, the mute is going to return back to upper stairs. He's going to go up red, either up garage, whatever it ends up being. He tried to go on the same position because, in the end, default is default for a reason. Because it's most safe and it's most comfortable in those situations. Now, we did have a quite tight hold from Snoke. He was holding the side of garage with that barely hanging on 3 HP, just sticking around. In the end, if the mute did decide to punish garage, there was a high likely chance that he would have actually won that gunfight. So with that, of course, going for the default plant would have worked out, but again, time is ticking. You really can't relocate to the other side. You really can't take any more risks, so he tried going for it and ended up getting the wrath of the mute stairs. And also allowing Aku to waste all their time and at the same time secure their 3rd round in a row, which is going to be a very good start. Again, we're going to be just securing that 3-3 at least. Even if Penta don't win 3 rounds for themselves right now in a row, they're still going to be letting Aku go into attack with a bit of confidence, with no 4-2 split, with no disadvantage going into that half round, and with nothing like it. So, really, Penta right now just struggling a bit more with those early picks. Definitely have been way too common around the area, and definitely have been quite essential, especially in these last moments. If it were down to a 3v2, definitely Penta could have still brought it back. Definitely could have brought in a bit more aggression, started pushing angles, but at the same time, they are quite quick in their pushes. They do get into the building quickly. They do manage to lose players quickly yet again, and that opening pick is gonna be onto the same Ash like it was earlier. That defender does manage to bring it back down. Southbark will be getting a C4 kill just like earlier. That Valkyrie is going to be getting used in the early rounds, and he's going to be used quite extensively. But again, another pick come on from Farah. No honor, gets taken out. In the meanwhile, another gunfight is brought on to Kid Adam as he takes out XM, and it's brought down to a 2v5 within a minute, with Penta looking just barely hanging on for 2 players.
Thatcher's still inside of the spawn, just now getting off of the drone. This player is dead already. Work with. As Aku at the moment just very aggressive around the building. South Park once again going for a bit of a kill advice. What we know him for, it's what we love him for.
Reloading!
Will be Kid Adam once again, who's already 5-0, to try and find some more picks, as elsewhere it's also Bara who gets himself taken out through a barricade. Bit of an ill-advised swing. Tries to shoot through the barricade, exposes his position, immediately gets punished for it. Now Kieran falls back aside as well. Aku just deciding, alright, we've lost 2 players, we've taken 2 individual gunfights that maybe we didn't need to, but we still have the man advantage. We can fall back to side, we can play this mirror window, we can play blue now. And there's no way that any of these attacking players, the remaining 2, can open up any of the hatches. They will be stuck. They can only really attack from 3 different angles. Everything else is still blocked off.
Now, in the meanwhile, they could go for a bit of rotate towards blue, which, again, is going to force that one-sided push when going down those stairs, when opening those hatches. At some point, you do get revealed, and that's when that ultimate crossfire from the hatches, from the rotations, from wherever these defenders are located, really drops down to you, and it makes it that much harder. There it is. A location is revealed, and, of course, Get Adam going for those very hefty gunfights, trying to pick off anyone he can, maybe even stalling out, giving misinformation to where he may be located, and just staggering them more. Aku getting it better for themselves. Double kill from Kid Adam. The C4 comes out, and a second one! That Azami is going to be getting 1 pick, just like it started, you know, wanting to go for those early picks. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be the first to action, and he's going to be the first to engage and get the 4th round. Now, Aku, a very solid start on defense. 4-2 is definitely something you could consider a very good start, something that you could definitely consider the best option. But if they get to the 5-1, if they get to the 6-0, it's going to be that much better, and it's going to be that much harder for Penta to continue on to the defense. Now, of course, we do have to keep in mind, Penta, they have really good takes. The way they go into the building, the way they go about it fast, they get some intel through the 3-place drones because Solus clearly isn't being played at the moment, nor is there any vigil checking for them upstairs. They get those 3-place drones, they get whatever they need, and they go into the building fast. But while they do so, they do exchange players for that time. They make sure that when they're taking this ground quickly, they get directly into the lines of sight of the roamers that are still setting up. Maybe they're not completely ready for fast pushes like this, and maybe Penta isn't ready for roamers to be in those angles at that exact moment they're pushing. So in the end, it really just comes down to C4 kills like it, to maybe Soundbark managing to pick 1 kill from the top of main stairs. Maybe someone gets a roam from Strip, managing to even get a swamp peak, whatever it is. Penta is just giving away characters like it's nothing, like it's not important. And in the end, it really comes down to these close gunfights, which another player that you lost due to being a bit too hasty could have definitely changed the outcome.
So far, not looking good. Roster Penta, as Aku prevailed in their first round, 8-6, and now they're straight into the second game. Now up 4-0 in the second game, as once again, I do believe they were on Clubhouse on the first map as well, right? And then they moved into Clubhouse once again, so they're already warm. While Penta had to wait for that matchup, that could be something that plays a role here, as Kid Adam does seem to be pretty confident, just swinging around these angles. Not a care in the world. Wanting to pick some gunfights at the moment. He's giving them Overton. They're not boxing him in, they're not trying to push him back. Just encountering him wherever they end up needing and take gunfight. And it's more or less a combo. At the moment, no big overarching strategy. As Southpark tries to use his C4, it gets caught out. Goes down early. Get trade from Ensao as just overextends a bit into Con.
A bomb has been located.
Breaches of Jacuzzi. That mirror window opened up as well already. Decent control, at least in terms of the walls for Penta. Feeling that Aku don't seem to mind that too much. They don't seem to worry about it. Another C4 comes out. This one also a bit wide. The luck of the C4 has not been on Aku's side so far.
Was definitely not, and even if it did manage to hit, it would have connected perfectly to the person hiding behind the half wall on Jacuzzi. Now, of course, Penta is going to be bringing it a bit closer, and while they're just surrounding site, completely choking out this turtle strand, and breaching sites, breaching opening walls, whatever they can, getting some extra picks like Snoke onto the Nkazo. He's going to be getting it. A very nice one indeed. A second one comes out from 6ix9ine, but Kid Adam won't be having it. Returns the favor as the bullet from the SMG-11 will be hitting and will be connecting. A bit of a close-up, but the C4 comes out yet again and won't be doing as much damage as it was earlier. A double kill from 6ix9ine, and it leaves Sudbark to deal with his own problems. No C4 on hand around this time. The plant is going down. He tries to challenge it, but the zombies are going to be working against him. One bullet in the chamber. Won't be able to reload in time, and 6ix9ine finishing the job. And there it is. The first round for the side of Penta going very strong, getting the picks they need, and definitely working a lot more as a team and executing off of the mistakes that Aku is all giving or offering up to them.
Right, crucial round for Penta. They find their first one inside of this matchup. It won't be a flawless half. That at least is guaranteed. And now they have a chance to fight back into this. 4-2 half would be alright. Wouldn't be exactly what you set out to do at the beginning, but it would still be salvageable. Now Aku have to be careful that this one slipping away from them doesn't end up snowballing, because momentum can shift right here. This is a point where the match can turn around and we can have a competitive game where Aku could say, okay, we slipped up once, let's go right back to it.
Yeah. And, well, Aku, they are seemingly getting these very aggressive plays and trying to go off of 1v1s quite a bunch. But in the end, right now, Penta just shut him out one after another. Although, good chemistry is coming out, even though Aku, while they try to get distractions and let other players just get use those distractions for their own opening picks. In the meanwhile, Penta has gotten good at that habit of actually falling for these so-called distractions and tries to go a bit more off of just these common premises, going off of these common angles that you'd expect people to be at, and maybe expecting a bit more aggression overall, maybe expecting to someone be around any corner. He could be around your corner, going to the side, going left. There it is, another fast push. We already have the Dokkaebi in bathroom. We already have the entire team just pushing and taking as much ground as they can, as fast as they can. And they're working together, like I said, a lot more than they were earlier. And refrags are definitely going to be a big part of their play style that they're currently rocking. And already in construction, not even a minute in. With the amount of ground, this way you can cover it, also ignoring a lot of utility, not needing to go through that Goyo, not needing to deal with any mutes. You can just go inside and destroy them yourself. But this time, this is where the execute is going to be a bit difficult, as XM is going to be pinning a bit of pressure on the side of Aku, taking out their Goyo, pushing in. He pre-fires on the corner. The most default there one is, and Cash gets another one on the Nkazo and leaves him at a 5v3. Now windows are being pushed, and that man for Kate is going to be having a bit of trouble denying the breach. We also have some outsider help. Getting the breach open, one big hole coming right up. He tries peeking him, but the smokes are going to be denying him from going on further. Another kill comes out from the IQ. Red is contested. That's going to be the second kill on the exact same hole. Flashes are dropped. A zombie is as well, and now it's all down to Kid Adam. He doesn't have a C4. He can't go for the default for denial, and a flawless brought on by 6ix9ine.
What in the world happened? Was the previous round the one that opened the floodgates? Because my goodness, this is entirely different. Penta, where did this come from? XM opens up 2 kills into the round. He's able to find a mute who's still in the process of placing a mute jammer. He's able to win that gunfight. And off of that, Penta is able to open up every single wall known to man. Push in. They're able to find all the necessary kills. They don't lose a single player in the process. Now they find themselves on a 2-4 split. What started to look like a very one-sided affair for Aku as Penta weren't quite able to string together coherent rounds suddenly turns into a worrisome picture, as now Penta get to go onto their own defensive half. They get to do it with 2 rounds in the bag just now, which means they have plenty of momentum to try and carry this forward.
Yeah, but which sides now, Reprints? this is going to be a whole different story, as we can already see Aku with
10
that
seconds left
French
before
mountain.
insertion.
Not banning him due to the Maverick and Ying seeming to be
5 seconds
prioritized
remaining.
bans. Could be bringing the big shieldy operator, the big menace, walking into side, going
Attackers
for
must
easy plans.
locate and
Now this is
defuse
a side
the
where
bomb.
plans can easily be denied by C4s, and we can already see one C4 only from the side of Bandit. So let's hope Snub makes it to the end round to maybe get some of it in. On the meanwhile, Aku, as usual, you do want to have that Capital breaching, using can openers, getting whatever in destruction you can onto the side of Garage, onto the side of Main, just focusing on those Raptors and focusing also onto the end game. In the meanwhile, Thermite, Thatcher, the dynamic duo for Main breaching are definitely going to be on their way to open up some big holes on the way, and the Monty is going to be clearing out things. Of course, with possibly a Buck behind him, preferably anyone behind him, just so, of course, refrags are possible, just so he can actually be used as this big, undestructible drone. Or indestructible.
Proceed slowly!
In the meanwhile, as we start heading towards the side of lobby. Now, of course, bar is going to be needing to be getting cleared out. Like I said earlier, those C4s from below can be very deadly, and when you don't have the exact number of how many C4s are on hand and how much you need to take care of, you need to just take the ground and contest it. You need to put some pressure on it, so Penta won't be having his easy time to actually get those strategies up. Another exothermic charge will be brought on, but on the side of Garrett, surprisingly not being used by the Capital can opener, which isn't there. We do have the Claymore on him. In the meanwhile, Kieran will be getting down, but not fully out, as Castle, trying to finish the job, will be taking a bit of damage, just dropping them to about 2/3 of his current HP.
Nice.
Attackers have
finally,
located a bomb.
I did want to mention this, but we haven't gotten to that point up until Aku decided to switch to the attacking half. This is one of the few times ever since basically the mid-season patch that I've seen the Monty not be banned out in a game. I feel like when we were casting Combine, and especially when I was casting Combine Puffo, there was so many Monty bans. I never got to see the op. Now finally, Engsao does work it out. And to a somewhat decent effect, because he does already have Raptors control. So all of this setup, all of these Shiba barriers and that castle barricade, kind of useless, kind of pointless, because he just has control of this. He's able to just shoot out this bandit wire. He's not being contested on it, which allows them to open up the wall. Southpark sending in some smoke charges. Allows Engsao to push into the site. He extends. Tries to draw some attention away from his teammates, and now he goes for a swing. He's caught up by 2 players wide. The Melusi goes wide on the breach, but
15
misses every
seconds.
shot. And XM finds another elsewhere out to Farah.
Attackers bomb
On
defused.
the Raptors get absolutely shut down by 6-9. Tries to go for a white swing on fire. The Raptors does get injured. Finds himself traded in the process. Moving down to Kieran. He has 20 health to work with. Try and push in. He pulls out the shotgun, even connects the first shot. But it is 6-9 and no honor to find the remaining 2 players. I do believe it was the down player for XM, and now Penta continue this streak. Now 3 in a row. Starting to battle back here as Aku somehow now struggling to put together these rounds.
Most definitely. The Monty being overpressured by quantity over quality, and that Thermite being focused on that R button, trying to get that magazine back into his gun.
Attackers need to
Also
locate
missing
and
shots
defuse as
from
many
the side of
bombs as they
Melusi is
can.
just going to be a catastrophe out of nowhere. I mean, the Monty tries going in, he de-extends, he re-extends, he just does it over and over again, up until he has enough. He sees people on red, but decides to go for some pre-fires onto the side of side, onto the cash rotation. He does it, I don't know why. But Thermite, in the meanwhile, is going to be going into directly, I believe. That was the timing when he decided to either zone out or go for that R button. He clicks and he spams it, he puts the mag out, puts the mag back in, and in the meanwhile, Melusi is going to be confronting him
10
face
seconds to
first,
go.
while not hitting every single of her shots, and the Thermite getting a bit of bullets
5
back at
seconds
her. In the end, Aku completely overpressurized, completely
Attackers are
under
moving out to
pressure.
locate a bomb
And in
and
that
defuse
as
it.
well, Penta, 3rd round, getting it closer to that 4-4 score and having a lot easier of a time on these mid games. Now, the start was definitely Aku's side because they were just so expectant of Penta's very early rushes, of how quickly they took site, that they just executed off of it. They put some roamers around, some more aggression on these important angles and sides that, of course, Aku Aku or Penta needed to take at that moment. But that's what really got them these early picks and early rounds. And now it's seeming to not go as good since Aku Aku, they have a different way of approaching, and that is to start it off rough. Kieran getting a nice head pick over to the side of the Legion and getting another pick, which is going to be a bit more of a late game operator again. Legion didn't use all of his goos, and he definitely could have had a bit of support to his team with the information the Legion gathers.
We've both been sincerely avoiding to pronounce that name because,
Yes.
My God, the guy played the lottery and decided to pick every single vowel there was. What? Like, there's too many vowels in that. Like, I think it's supposed to be mouse, which is
Bomb
bag
located
mouse,
by attackers.
right? That's not how you would call that in English. I wonder what it. I have no idea what that's like.
I don't think this is supposed to be any language.
Well, the first part of that is just a German word. The second part is a mouse, but with so many additional vowels, that seems so highly unnecessary.
And that Ian for extra content, because why not?
Yeah,
Just make our job that much
put
more
some more
difficult.
vowels in there. Do some vowels.
Just throw them in. Gamble it. Throw it. If maybe it comes out to an E, maybe it doesn't. Whatever it is, it's gonna be difficult for us to pronounce. So let's just go with battle marks, I guess. That's the best way of me converting it into English. But he's not on the board, so can't really call out his name as of now. What I can call out is if Penta is expected of this push from the side of Farah. He does expose himself by breaking down the wire, and like that is going to be contested from multiple sides. But in the meanwhile, Farah gets one for himself. Snobke off the board, and just at the correct time and correct place, he gets a double, and he finishes it off with a triple. Goes for the peek on the left, gets a nice headshot, looks to the right, and sees another opponent and says, you know what, I started it, I might as well finish it off, and might as well get ourselves another round, which is going to be bringing them to the 3 and 5, breaking that little curse they managed, shutting down the flood, shutting down those gates, and managing to build a bit of a beaver dam around the place just to kind of secure themselves a bit more of a space to actually leap around. And 3 to 5, one more round, they're looking at match point, but in the meanwhile, we are going to be having a bit of a questionable decision. Is this going to be a rehost?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Tech pause.
We do have a
Okay.
tech pause coming in. I don't know if the other player that just disconnected may also just be restarting. You never know with Siege. Sometimes restarting fixes your FPS, it fixes your overlay, it fixes your whatever. Who knows what else might be broken. We are playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. It is not a game that works comprehensively all the time. So quick little tech pause that is going to halt the momentum of Aku Aku, who just managed to break the streak of Penta, who just found 3 in a row, put themselves up 5 to 3. They regained some of that lead that they had lost previously. Do keep in mind that they were previously up 4 to 0, so this is certainly a smaller gap than they would like. And now they've got 2 more to find to try and close out this game. They would certainly love to prevent another overtime. They just came from an 8-6 on Clubhouse. They definitely do not want to do this again.
Yeah, I mean, 28 rounds on Clubhouse is not healthy for any person or any living being unless you're a professional. And while these are some competitive players, I don't wish that on any man, not even my worst of enemies. But while we're still waiting for the players to rejoin, you said it. Rejoining in Siege does fix everything, of course, besides a broken marriage. But with that in mind, I mean, we are seeing some interesting exchanges. In the meanwhile, Kid Adam has joined to listen along to my little rant about what's been actually happening. Because Aku Aku, they ended up splitting a bit more with Penta earlier. Penta has been doing one-sided pushes, then decided to split. Aku Aku, they decided to split as well towards the end. They decided to listen to Penta's advice. In the early rounds, they went for a bit more of a one-sided push, decided to focus on one objective, but then when it came to the end, they went tunnel, they went main stairs, they went hatches, they went you name it. They went all around the world, got to see all of the lovely events, and at the end, got themselves a nice round, which is going to be round number 5, and get closer, which as well. If Penta does manage to rack up 2 more runs in the next 2 rounds, bringing them down to a 5-5. I'm going to say that's when it's going to be real important if Aku Aku don't want to go into overtime again, if they don't really want to have the 24th match of Clubhouse in the past 1 hour and a half. They do want to take away 2 of these rounds. They do want to win at least a couple of them. And if going into overtime, you might as well go for that 8-6 again. Whatever it is, Penta are definitely fighting back strongly. And at the same time, we're seeing a lot of operators come out that I'm not expectant of. Brim is definitely one of the operators that I can see why it would be used, especially because on maps like Chalet on Clubhouse, they're definitely useful. But personally, I don't see him that commonly.
Well, he's good at getting people out of corners, and there's quite a few corners and power positions to play around inside of Clubhouse. So certainly something that the Grim may be intended for. It's good to clear out positions. It gives you some more information that you maybe don't have to waste a drone for. But other than that, once again, I feel like, the Grim has started to be brought out quite a bit, also because he now has access to the Bailiff and quite a decent bit of secondary utility. But I still think that his gadget isn't all that powerful. If you want to go for roam clearing, if you want to force people out of positions, I feel like the Deimos Dokkaebi combo is a lot more powerful. It's a much better choice to be bringing those 2 along than to try and bring a Grim.
Yeah.
But different people have different preferences, and if they want to go with the Grim, then let's see how much value they can get out of that operator.
Yeah, although for the combo of Dokkaebi and Demo is definitely a strong one, and would prefer it here. But again, this isn't a map that's very heavily affected by roamers and hasn't been by these teams. These teams, they have brought on roamers. It was mostly Aku Aku on defense. Penta isn't really focusing on them as much. They're really just sticking to sites, to their basics, trying to execute off of them as much as they can. And while bringing a Dokkaebi absolutely would be fantastic. She's not banned. I mean, the enemies right now, Penta, they're bringing that Azami. Bring a Dokkaebi. Make your time easier. Make your clearage easier. Make anything you can, really, just a bigger chance of you for winning. And in the meanwhile, we are going to be getting a bit of a rehost, so we should be returning back to our camps. So hello, welcome from the other side of the world. And while we're rehosting, 3-5 score, and we also do see our lovely host back there. So that's going to be fantastic. But yeah, should be about a couple of minutes, and we should be right back, I think.
Yeah, let's wait. Hopefully, quick rehost, and while we're waiting, let's discuss what we saw so far. Somewhat of a lead for Team Aku Aku, and Penta is trying to fight back. So tell me, guys. Bob, what do you think here? Did Aku Aku are they having an advantage because they just played Clubhouse, and that's why we're seeing them currently taking this fight, and they're having the advantage over Penta?
It's definitely good to be warmed up on a specific map before going into it, but in the end, playing against a different team can also vary on your adaptation. It can definitely change the way you want to go about it, maybe even force you to play a different sense of style, different operators. And in the end, of course, being warmed up on Clubhouse, it's nice, it's neat, but with how Penta right now is bringing the heat to them, how it's actually managing to lead it up a bit more, it's definitely very close, and I don't think Aku Aku has that much more of an advantage than Penta, since overall it is Clubhouse and everyone really knows the map pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Reaper, what do you think is the missing factor for Penta to just start fighting back, like even more, and like getting closer to tying up the game? Because in the end of the first half, we saw a complete different Penta for a second, and we just saw everything was just smooth from them, and it was a perfect round from them. What do you think they need to do to keep that momentum we saw from that round?
That's a difficult question, especially because of the half switch coming in. They're now stuck on the defense, so they can't continue the momentum that they had on this previous attack. And on the defense, it's a much different game. I feel like what we're missing out of them is just some consistency in terms of gunfights. I think the reason that they won the one flawless round that they did is because XM opened up in a big way, and from there things started falling apart for Akko, because I think Akko plays very aggressive, and that can be to their own detriment if they lose 2 players early. I think that is the margin for Akko. If they lose 2 players early, there's not really a way for them to try and fight back in. This is much different than the first game we saw in Nighthaven for Besiktas, for instance, because the moment Besiktas would lose a player, they would immediately adapt their play and they would try to fight back and they would try and find a way back into the game, like the moment it happened. For Akko, it seems like they lose 2 players, they're stumped on what to do, they start freezing up, and then they just wait to see what happens, and this allows Penta to outmaneuver them.
Yeah, I can understand and relate to that. Yeah, so we're about to start the game again after the rehost. I think players are almost ready. Just a couple of seconds. Do you think, guys? A quick question. We didn't see much of Montaigne from the side of Penta when they were attacking, but we're starting to see a little bit of Monty in the attack of Aku. So quickly, when we're starting the game, let's talk about that when we get back into the game. I'll leave it to you guys.
All right, with that, thank you very much to Fancy once again, our beautiful host, as we should now be getting back into the game. And with that, of course, we will take up that question and discuss it very quickly. Puffo, I'm sure you agree. I mean, about the Monty, I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting to see it come out, and now that Aku has brought it, I'm not very impressed so far. I think that the Monty is very
Attackers
strong
need to
if you know how
locate
to
and defuse as many
utilize him
bombs as they
properly,
can.
but so far I've seen Aku bring him once, and he decided to ADS and white swing 2 players and die. So that's not really the best look so far, but if you can utilize him better, this is certainly a way for Aku to put themselves onto match point and to do that rather quickly.
Having definitely 2 strong attackers like a Dokkaebi and Monty at your disposal, you should definitely use them not only as much as you can, but at the same time, like you said, use them correct. Now, that Monty we saw it 1 round and 1 round alone. We've been through 9 rounds, so he hasn't been appearing commonly. We have seen the Dokkaebi just quite a bit more, but with how much we played through CC and Jim alone, even the downstairs side Monty could be quite well utilized. I'm surprised we haven't been seeing much of him, and yeah, the first time we saw him, he decided to take an aggro double fight onto Red, Cash, and the entirety of the enemy team on his own, while not being able to get supported from by his fellow teammates due to, of course, bad and unfortunate timing, and in the end, Monty definitely could be open to a lot more opportunities that could favor their team instead of actually bringing them down. Since again, you are exchanging an amazing piece of intel that's indestructible, can just go through everything, can test a lot of things at the same time and make sure you're safe. You're exchanging that for frag potential, and you don't want to exchange all of that just to use it for frag potential, which it doesn't have, and in the end it's going to be slowing you down more than it has up until now. But in the meanwhile, answering that question, absolutely beautiful question by Fancy, we're going to need to continue going on to a round and get at him, starting it off hot, getting the first kill after the rehost, so he's going to be the first one to get that 100 onto his KD, is going to be onto the side of 6ix9ine. Now, it's going to be the zombie, which is an unfortunate pick, and it's also going to be an early one at that, as Aku is just slowly progressing towards taking everything they need for their execute.
And once again, it is Kid Adam to open up. Very good on these entries. He's the one that's really been guiding the success of Aku inside of this matchup so far. But immediately, XM punishes him. I have seemed to cast a curse on him. Nice shot coming out from Kid Adam as well. And XM is the other player. So immediately he garners attention for himself so that I obviously don't forget about him. And I wasn't going to. XM, he's the other player to worry about. He's the one that's been opening things up for Penta. He's been the one that has played a massive role in converting some of these rounds. And he does it in a big way by shutting down Kid Adam and leaving us in a 4v4. The problem is that the time has ticked low, so Aku have a minute to try and clear out the remainder of the con. They have reached this wall for a mirror, but the mirror still is kind of intact because it was a thermite from outside that opened up this wall. Now, it's starting to become difficult for Aku. They have to try and push their way in, but they still have to contest with Cash, as they haven't been able to open up this wall. Now Crossfire comes in, Southpark is able to connect onto the Bandit, another wide swing comes out onto him, another one of these gunfights. But let's decisively go one way or the other. They need to be winning some of these fights if they want to win this game, and Southpark now giving the opportunity to not just punish one, but also finish the other player. It's only down to Snopka. He has to try and find 4 players. 15 seconds on the clock. If he can deny the plant, he might have an opportunity, but Exao is starting to stick this. To reload. Push down the stairs as well. Getting challenged by a bit of a pistol out from Kieran, who's now starting to finally reload. Still... Oh, I was going to say still the C4 in hand. No C4 for Snopka. They will just have to retake up main stairs, and he has 3 players to contest with. This is hardly winnable, and in all likelihood will be the match point opportunity for Aku Aku.
Definitely will be. While Aku Aku doesn't need to be taking any gunfights, we saw Southbar going for a bit of a roundabout, a bit of a drive-through onto the left to Launji. Did back out, but got in time to get the primary in. Now time has officially ran out. No defuse is possible. And Aku Aku confidently standing, dropping Southbar down the stairs, and he's whipping that pistol out, secondary in hand, with that little toy charm on it, with that little nerve gun skin, is going to be making that much better, as he's going to be able to just save us a couple of 3, 4, 5 seconds. And saving also Aku to get the 3-6, to get that match point, and getting them 1 round closer to taking this entire game. Now 3-6, again, Penta, just like previously in the previous match, not you exactly, but this was the score we were left with, and this is where you need to win 3 rounds in a row to keep it going, and that's going to be the difficult part about it, especially with how Aku Aku has been giving a bit more of an uprising. They've definitely been getting back their flow, their mood, their state, and getting back into action. Now, as we're going downstairs, in the end, Aku Aku definitely takes gunfights only when needed, and I've been seeing that a lot, especially with them. Even though they have been aggressive, they have been only aggressive in the early rounds. Towards the end, when they see they either have a man advantage or anything on hand, on deck, ready to throw out, they're going to be saving it, because in the end, right now, they were defending or attacking still, and they still are attacking, but even in the both flanks, they don't really need to push the defenders themselves. They can just lean back, have a cup of coffee, and enjoy their time while that time it just slowly ticks down.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Alright. Got another basement looking up for the side of Penta, as they're now on the line. It's do or die. Adam decides to bring out the R4C. I think for him, the weapon's more important than the operator. It doesn't really matter that he's on the ramp. What matters is that he's got the R4C, he's got an ACOG on that. Early C4 coming out to try and punch the player on the secret window, but won't be able to find the Grim as South Park keeps well. That forces out an early bit of utility out of XM. However, still 3 C4s left for the remaining players of Penta, so plenty of opportunity for them to use it. And now 45 seconds off the clock. Farah is inside the building on top floor. Some drone work coming out. Aku Aku slowly just taking full control of the map, making sure everybody on Penta is back down. And it's very much looking like a big turtle setup for Penta. Nobody out and about, nobody roaming. Everyone already back in the basement.
Back in the basement where they started, back to square one, as we're looking at a complete shutdown. Now, we don't have a Tubarao, but a Cade is definitely going to be necessary, since it's going to be wasting a bit of Thatchers, a bit of Thermites, or Hibanas in this case, and a bit of hard work and openers. There's going to be one coming out from Starpark, and it's going to be the final one they have on deck. Thatcher's also at the same time being a bit of help, as that C4 will be flying out from beneath. Snopke gets one onto Kieran, and that's going to be thankfully the Ash. No utility is going to be wasted there. But the mirror getting taken out could have definitely been useful. But it's already there. It's already gone. The blue side mirror is going to be getting taken off. It doesn't seem to be there anymore, but that Ash could have came in handy for taking out the one towards the bottom main. Now, as we're heading down to the last few moments, we do have a bit of a disadvantage on the side of Aku Aku, and we don't seem to have that hatch open, as they're trying to focus 3 people at once. A C4 like this could be definitely worth it, getting 2 or 3 for themselves, but
that
won't be
EMP.
getting that moment.
That EMP came in at just the right time. You see this? But he has a C4 on the ceiling.
Oh,
but it's
I
EMP'd
see.
out. That Thatcher EMP came out as he was going to the C4. There's 2 players in that corner. And now finally the C4 goes off. And that players have cleared out already. So this EMP inadvertently is a lightsaber, as now South Park is able to find one. XM with 2 the other way. Kid Adam now finally able to connect onto No Honor, as XM with a 3rd onto South Park. It's only down to Kid Adam. He's got 2 players to find. 68 HP, now on 43. keeps getting tagged lower and lower. That MPX doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but enough bullets will do the trick anyway. 6ix9ine now with the final body shot to connect. Penta still keep themselves alive inside of this matchup off the back of a beautiful performance from XM to stop that push. I think it was out over on Moto side.
Yeah.
Penta, 2 more rounds to go.
More runs to go to even it out. And Aku, you just need one of them, but it's seemingly down to the final player. It's not going to be able to do it. There's Ami just Scooby doing around that crate, going for one angle from left to right to top, going to be tagging one after another, and finishes the round beautifully. Now we're going to be going back to CC and Cass. Surprised that this
Attackers
site
need
is
to
being
locate
played
and
so
defuse as
oftenly,
many bombs
even
as they
though,
can.
true, the Tubarao is off board, so Preachers are a lot more open, and the Maverick isn't there, so of course it's going to be giving that dynamic duo an open, like the Thermite, like the Impact EMPs, also bringing an Ace, which is going to be giving me a bit of a suspicion that there could be a complete split. We could be seeing a bit of construction as long as main breach, both at the same time on the side of construction. And while that's happening, a bit of a switch off of that Ash. Verticality could definitely be included. I am expecting a bit of lounge push, but in the end,
Seconds to go.
this castle is definitely going to be there to stop it. Now the castle, of
Seconds
course,
to insertion.
you have the zombie already, but then you also bring the castle. This is going to be
Attackers
the
are moving out
ultimate
to locate a
slowdown
bomb
build.
and defuse it.
Alongside with that, you also have the Melusi, whose gadget is exactly slowing down the enemies. So it's going to be a complete waste of time for the side of Penta, which is exactly what they need to do. And in the meanwhile, Aku is going to be bringing the perfect 2 operators to get rid of it. The Floors and the Ash are both going to be perfect operators to start clearing util, and they're getting right on that. A beautiful Flourish drone getting rid of not only the Melusi, but I believe the castle barricade both at once. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Sell them out!
That be more Roteros to follow. I'm just going to be the one
Bomb
more
located
cast
by
barricades
attackers.
to try and deal with this. What I am a little confused about is that Aku last time, they were able to get decent Rafters control fairly early on thanks to the Monty being brought out. Yeah, they overextended, yeah, they made a mistake, but before that, up until they gained Rafters control, was really good. The question is, why did they not bring it out this time? I mean, yeah, obviously I can see that they go for a backside push. They're more trying to clear out master side and go for that as up. You can put that in your rank games if you feel like it. Farah just showing us all how it's done. You can throw it up on the pipe, and then you have a drone on a very high up angle to watch the entirety of the stage. But we've got 3 players inside of Con to try and open up this cash wall. I don't think it will be denied because the bandit's not there to try and trick for it. Now the first pick goes in favor of Kid Adam against the big man for Aku. He's the one to open it up. Smoke's coming out. Void was able to find one back onto him. That's him shot down, but immediate trick from Exile. Good position now. The castle down below is able to find Kieran though. XM, very good pickup for him as 6ix9ine is able to find Exile as well.
Reloading.
Advantage back in favor of Penta, and at the moment it's just trading back and forth, back and forth. Farah with another onto the Azami. Molten comes through, almost punished by XM, but not quite, and Farah instead will be able to turn and kill Snufka. It's only down to XM. He has 2 players to find, otherwise it's the game for Aku. Penta to stay alive. They've got their best man. He's got a UMP to try and clutch this. He's hearing the plan come through, but he can't deal with South Park. And Aku wins it, this time in regulation, once again on Clubhouse. And they move on to the round of 8. They decisively beat out Penta here, 7-4.
Second match coming out as Sarbark won't be letting it slip by. That opportunity to finish it and not going into overtime yet again on the same map is going to be well worth it, as we're going to be finishing it off. I'll play to Aku as they secure the second match of today. Now, of course, before we go to the third one, we still have many things to go over. We have to go over what happened, what was the goods and the bads, and what is going to happen from now on, since we're not even past the halfway point, but we're looking at some interesting games up until now, and we're also looking at a bit of a diversity of maps, hopefully not followed by 3 more clubhouses. Of course, we have the Night Haven, we have the clubhouse, and the next 3 are still a bit of a mystery to me, as, of course, while the replays are happening, this game was definitely Aku's. They had an early game, they had a late game, and both of them transpired directly onto their gameplay. Good start, good end, Overall, retakes were common from them, and good first picks, definitely when they are on the defense, was something to be expected. And in the end, they managed to get away with it very nicely, very smoothly, and got that BO1 under their belt.
Yep, another important round for them to close this out. As they move themselves forward, that's another opportunity for them to get points to get a better positioning inside of this qualifier. And their next opponent, I'm not sure. I want to check very quickly. They will be going against the winner of. It will be Fraternity. We won't be covering that game, but it will be Aku Aku versus Fraternity in the quarterfinals already, as we are in the round of 8. And following that, we will go to a different game, and we will go with Team 300 by Project XY. I do believe you mentioned that already, Puffo. If not, then I will have mentioned it. And looking forward to that one. I'm hoping it's not Clubhouse, but I have a sneaking suspicion you may be right.
I hope I'm not. This is one of the few times that I'm really hoping I'm 100% dead wrong. Because if I'm not, well, we're going to be seeing the same map. We're going to be in the same situation as Aku Aku was with that double CB. But whatever it is, I'll play to both of these teams, and we're back on our cams with our lovely Fancy. Hello.
Hello, hello. 2 games done, and we still halfway there. We still have 3 more games. Maybe we'll have the all famous clubhouse again. We'll see. But let me tell you something that when I was looking at the maps and the other games, so we can see which game we will be having right now. So I was looking at the game that Project XY was playing, and guess what? They were playing Clubhouse, and the score ended
No.
8-6. So I think we're about to see another Clubhouse, maybe. So I think we need to start preparing from now on until we wait for the map ban to finish. So
Oh boy.
let's see. Maybe they will decide to say like we just played Clubhouse, we'll not play it, and we give the viewers enough of Clubhouse. So maybe hopefully, I mean, you can never get bored of Clubhouse, but seeing Clubhouse three times in a row, that would be a little bit too much. Just a little bit too much.
Just a tiny bit. A bit over the edge.
Yeah. So, okay, let's talk about the next match. It's going to be Team 300 and Project XY. What do you guys expect out of those 2 teams? So, let's start with you, Bob.
Well, haven't seen neither of them. So I'm going to be hoping to, again, a good performance from both of them. But I'm just hoping, even if it does pull through to be an overtime Clubhouse, see, again, like with all these teams, a deliberate match, to see some great executions, great teamwork, and even better droning. We just got some information from production. I didn't quite hear it.
Did you hear what I heard?
I think I'm getting deceived. I don't know. Headphones aren't working.
I think production is trolling us. I think we leave it to the viewers, and then we'll surprise them. What's the next map? How about that?
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. So it's not Clubhouse, but we have a map from the 9 map pools from the other 8 maps. Yeah. So let's talk about that map vaguely, and we just throw hints about the map. How about anything you want to talk about, Reprint?
Well, I'm curious to see it. It's gonna be interesting. I personally have no experience casting that, so we'll look forward to it.
Definitely.
Bob, what do you think we'll see in that map?
I think we're gonna see a lot of freshness. A lot of freshness, definitely. And I feel like that map is really going to be bringing greater things to Siege that wouldn't be considered boring.
Okay.
Question mark.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see, I guess. You know what? Also, because when I was looking right now at the map ban, the last map was banned was Clubhouse. So this was done on purpose. So team 300 actually last banned Clubhouse. So that means they have done this, and they know that they wanted to do this on purpose. And doing this, I think, in a qualifier, specifically in a qualifier, I think it's a really, really strong, bold move out of them.
Yeah, most definitely. It is quite bold, but it depends how strong they're going to be able to pull through that map. And same goes for the enemies. I mean, leaving it down to Clubhouse and the unnamed, the map which shall not be named for now. But we're going to wait after the break, of course. I'm definitely happy with the pick we got. What about you, Rippers? What do you think this over Clubhouse?
I prefer anything over Clubhouse because we just casted it.
Good point. Good point.
Like I'll take any map that we haven't had today. Like even Night Haven, I'd say, give me something else instead. We've done Night Haven, we've done Club. Let's get some variety going. Let's cast 5 different maps today. So as long as we keep this trend up, I'm very happy with it.
Yeah. So let's wait and see what both teams offer us in the next match. And before we do that, we'll just take a quick break until the match is ready.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And we're back once again, and the teams are ready. We'll get right into it, and I'll just leave you with the lovely casters, and we'll go into the game, into the map, which is Layer.
All right, and with that, very quickly, Puffo, you and me, let's take a very brief look at the map bans. The last map that was open next to, of course, the new one, Lair, was Clubhouse, and it was banned out by Team 300. They instead want to take us to a different one. They wanted to treat us to something very special today, and I'm excited. How about you?
To best calling out how excited I am, I'm right now Googling up layer callouts. So, a specific way of going about it is definitely going to be the fact that layer, it's an interesting map. Okay. It's one of those maps that really is huge at the same time, but it's simple. The top floor is centered by hallways and a room or two, and at the same time has a main breach, has another main breach next to a room that connects to the site, but it's all just a middle site connected out, webbed out to other rooms and hallways. Same could go for the bottom floor and the middle floor, a bit more different. But whatever it is, I'm excited to see later. I've always loved it since its release. I found it an interesting map, and seeing it in comp, I'm riled up.
Yeah, looking forward to see how this map develops, especially in the coming few months. But for now, we get to be treated to an exclusive. I think one of the first looks at the map in some form of competitive setting. I'm looking forward to how these two teams want to take it on. It is once again 300 versus Project XY. Project XY just now coming off of. I'm starting to have a deja vu here. A Clubhouse 8-6 is what got them into this matchup, and it was almost going to be a Clubhouse again, but Team 300 seemingly watched the live stream. They must have seen what happened to Penta after they picked into Clubhouse, and they were like, let's not do that. Our opponents just won Clubhouse. Maybe we shouldn't take them there. And instead, they decide, you know what, last two open, Clubhouse Lair, let's go to Lair. Let's try our luck there. That rhymes. So it must be true.
Must be true. But while slowly heading towards that transition, we are going to be just welcomed, wide arms ready for a hug layer. Introduced barely into the comp scene and introduced to us as we get to cast it first time on Voltage League. With this, it's also going to be surprised, or I'm going to be surprised to see what bans come out of this. Now, going by it safely, the enemies could go for just, or everyone in general could go for these safe picks. Go for the Monty, go for the Dokkaebi, one of those on the attacking side, and then for the defensive, of course, something like a Valkyrie, something like, you know, the standard, like we named it yet earlier. But it will be the Grim to be picked off first, and going to the second one, just a bit of a drum roll. 5, 4, 3, 2, and it's going to be a Deimos.
All right, Deimos ban. Not really what you would expect, but Grim, Deimos both getting taken care of. Leaves really only the Dokkaebi to roam clear. On a map as big as this one, Dokkaebi has a lot of advantages. But at the same time, you only get 2 calls. And with Grim, you do get quite a bit more utility. So it does get rid, especially of a lot of combos, a lot of 1-2 punches. A lot of these new operators being taken out means we're essentially reverting the meta back to about 3-4 years ago when you would play Dokkaebi Lion to try and roam clear. We might just get right back to that if they decide to play a roam clear meta. We could also just see the teams go for something different entirely. It is a very big map, it is a very unexplored map, and it may end up becoming a very chaotic game with a lot of openings to try and take advantage of.
It most definitely could. Now, first site is going to be Lab, which is going to be basically the middle floor, I do believe it is. Or, actually, no, that's going to be the
Attackers
bottom.
need to locate
That is
and
my
defuse
mistake.
bombs.
The bottom floor, which, again, here we would love to see some action, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. Now, of course, normally you'd expect people to go for these safe picks. Wrong. Project XY. Gabe bringing out the Caveira of all operators, using the fact that the Deimos is off the board to a bit of a safety pick for himself, going that Caveira, you know. If she's not going to get tracked by Deimos, they're either going to have to pick that Jackal, or I'm going to be having my fun with them. An interrogation left or right could be an interesting thing to see, especially since it doesn't pop up a lot. Also,
10
the
seconds
Solus is
left
going to be an
before
interesting
insertion.
pick, but do keep in mind, this map is huge.
5 seconds left.
Layer
before
is a
insertion.
big map with small rooms and tight corners.
Attackers
Also,
are
a
moving
lot
out
of
to
things
locate a
connect
bomb
in the
and
very
defuse it.
end. So Caveira, Vigil, Oryx, you name it, roamers have a blast here. They have a lot of entries, they have a lot of outputs, and they have a lot of ways to just mess with the attacker to give them a hard time. Now that Deimos is off the board, but that doesn't matter that much since we're going to be bringing in that Jackal and also that Monty to be just backing them up. Just in case Monty spots someone, you know, the roamer won't be able to take action because, well, you have a big cinder block wall just standing in your way.
All right, I did say chaotic. And I think Caveira seems to be materializing that as immediately we have a bit of an uncommon pick.
slowly!
Once again, on a big map such as this, there may be a lot of blind spots, there may be a lot of spots unexplored, a lot of openings that you can take advantage of if you can find the right player at the right time, Gabe. Certainly have a field day with that as the first Jackal scan comes out. The Valkyrie will be scanned twice. Gonna force the Valkyrie to just back off a little as a minute has already burned off the clock and the Monty is currently in the process of pushing a player back. Solomon with the first pick. Gets Detrix off the board. Now the Monty stuck in a goo mine will have to pull that out. A bit of cover from his teammate on the thermite. Digger is getting pinged live. The Monty swing coming through. He has to be worried about this Monty. There's the shield bash. Immediately followed up with another kill from the thermite. Really good job making big work with this Monty already. And once again, the Monty not being banned out immediately pays dividends. Currently a very strong operator in the meta.
Meanwhile, though, the Caveira
Attackers
will
have
be going
located a
some
bomb.
3 shots with the shotgun as soon as she gets blinded, but Foxy will be there to contest her, to deny that rotation, and in the meanwhile, a plant is going down, and Jackal tracks. Classic Mellow gets another one. Architect off the board, and now it's down to the Monty. He shoots him up, he throws him back, and finishes it off with a very nice finish off, and then Monty not only utilizing that knockback mechanic, but also showing a bit of that black iced out pistols. Just showing off some, maybe he isn't the most fashionable when it comes to a shield, but he still has the ability to accessorize his pistol, and he did that so beautifully. And Team 300 taking the first round for themselves.
The Cav died somewhere around, I believe it was, I don't know if that was Green
Attackers
Stairs.
need to
I do
locate
believe
and
it was.
defuse as many bombs as they
I've
can.
never seen anyone rappel on that window before in my life. This map has been in ranked for a while. I have never seen anyone rappel there. What?
Well, first time for everything.
Yeah, I mean, neither did Gabe because he was completely caught unaware by that. But why? What is that rappel? I didn't even know you could do that. I had no idea there was a window there that you could utilize to potentially get an angle. That's so strange. I love it. I have no idea about this map, so I'm currently exploring new things.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling like
5 seconds left.
I'm in a completely new environment. Like we switched off the Siege to a game on its own because
Doorway trap.
players just
Stay
that
clear
much
of
different.
boss zone.
And since we haven't been seeing it in competitive ever, it's going to be a new experience, but we love seeing how these teams are going to be reacting to it. And what better way than to go for a swamping, which in the end is going to be backing off again. It's a high-risk, high-reward strategy, especially on maps new like this. While you do want to experiment and you do want to catch your enemies off guard, at the same time, you don't want to put yourself at any disadvantage when possible. Now, as we're slowly starting to head in, a one-sided going for that breach towards warehouse. We'll be putting a bit of congestion in it. That can open will be making a bit of a hole just enough to take out the zombies, to let the floor zones in, to let any type of utility go in. The Malus is just going for a mid-place, but the Monty's there to deny her and takes it out. What was the thought process on the tracks as he places down the gadget right in front of the shield-carrying Frenchman? A 5v3 brought on to Fox Tobias is going to be another opening pill. They're going to be starting to slowly go down yellow stairs, as in the meanwhile, he's
doing it again.
And the rappel?
Yes.
You're really
This is the second time
stop
in my life that I've seen that.
works.
I have no idea how to do this. Here comes the Oryx to try and bash the Monty, but he misses. Goes wide. Ivan just running right past the Monty into the sightline of two other opponents who have their guns trained and ready around their teammate to try and support him. As they were probably getting the call out that there was an Oryx around there, and now it's all down to Art, who's inside of the site, and he's got a Monty to worry about, who's rapidly approaching his location. He's trying to rotate. He's trying to run for his life. He looks for one. He's able to find the first pick off the one player. He tries to score a player up above. I feel he connects up to the ram. Not quite. Does spot the second player. There's some concealment. There's some cover. Trying to find the second fight. He does injure the florist, but now it's a post plant. A post plant against the Monty. And a 1v2 is going to be real difficult.
He's standing
With
there.
the ram who still has first control. Does finish off that player. Side of the side, he's injured, but he has to contend with this Monty, and there we go. He gets bashed, he dies. This is starting to become a very, very familiar view here on the stream, as this isn't the first time that we've seen this Monty bash into an ADS. And my goodness, what is this matchup so far? This is pure chaos. I was expecting some amount of chaos. This is pure chaos.
Yeah, there's a certain line of chaos you can reach before it gets over the top. And look, I get it that everyone's experimenting, and I get it why Marusi wanted to put down her ability right next to a Frenchman Monty. But why did you think that was a good idea? You can do maybe. Yes.
Sacrificed her life to put down a Banshee. And then Gabe just impacted it immediately to do like 5 damage to the Monty. It was so worth it. I've no idea what you mean. That Banshee was worth every single speed point that she lost to that Monty.
Even towards the late game, she sacrificed her own life so Oryx could whip the Monty and go directly into someone's line of
10
sight.
seconds left.
That Oryx whip had me crying. Oh my... The
5
way he
seconds
whipped
to
the Monty just let him by. He slid him through directly into the
Attackers
DMs
are
of
moving
another
to
player
defuse the
behind
bomb.
with that primary out.
And the thing is, like, you know, as a guy who's played Monty once or twice, I've had like several Oryxes charge right past me, but that is usually because I'm doing something. Like I
Yeah.
try to juke them and they run right past me because they don't expect me to like veer left at the last moment. That Monty didn't do anything. He was just standing in the doorway, and the Oryx just decided to run right past him. Like there was no juking there.
We're just looking at him.
Ivan decided he didn't want to live anymore. He just decided to take himself out, which is very sad. You should like this. Don't do that.
Don't do that, it hurts. It definitely hurts. And I mean, he probably saw what the Melusi was doing. He thought, maybe I should do a strategy like that. Maybe it's gonna work out. In the name of my fellow comrade. If his strategy didn't work out, maybe mine will. Let me slide off of the shield. Maybe I can rebound into a wall into another player with it. But in the end, it definitely didn't get even close to working, and definitely had us some giggles, as Project XY are going to be bringing a Monty of their own. That crash is definitely going to be a bit of a hindrance, and also a Tachanka coming out to the side of Team 300, stalling out not only the Monty, but the entirety of the push from 300. Eden dealing a bit of damage, but that's going to be the clash onto the Osa, and while the double shield is definitely brought on from Team 300, the clash soloing them and completely stalling them out, alongside with the Tachanka, who just got taken out by Solomon, taking a bit of an aggressive push, and alongside a trigger does come out. Ivan definitely going to be using those bullets for himself. D-Force off the board, but at the same time, Monty and Osa and everyone just being in a constant contention. 3v4 brought upon us as Team 300 has a bit more of a difficult time. The second Project XY brings the aggression to them.
Proceed slowly!
Thermite is in the building. Same with the Monty, who has the Maverick. It's currently a shield off as we've got two shields next to each other, and now the Legion has to run for his life. He's getting chased, and he's getting gunned down by Classic Mellow, who's able to find that pick. Important kill for the Monty. However, Possibly is down. That is the Maverick off the board. Only down to the Monty and the Thermite to try and clutch this up. Thermite rather now getting caught inside of some barbed wire, but Classic Mellow, he's so good on this Monty. He's an absolute menace. He finds another headshot with that pistol. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have access to a primary. He's still able to do it with the secondary and the shield on his body. Trying to find some fights as the Thermite quickly has to pull a Gumine out of his
15 seconds to go.
Waiting for an opportunity to maybe this time charge at the Monty
Bomb
instead of
diffuser
past
has
him.
been dropped.
Spike's coming through. Smokes are coming out. But Trinit is able to find one, pick up Mellow with another. It's only down to the Clash. And the Monty is low. He's 11 HP. He's going to get shocked to death if he's not careful. He's planting on the hatch. And now there's no time left. You would have lost off of whipping that knife. I would have lost it. He knifes the shield by accident. Trinit getting ahead of himself a little. But hey, you still have some ammo. You still got a gun in your hands. You can finish the fight like that. What a complete and utter mess. But at the very least, this is the first round for Project XY, and it comes off the back of a clash that did some beautiful work installing a lot of time and a lot of positioning. This was a good counter to the Monty, although there was no
Attackers
stopping
need to
Classic
locate
Mellow.
and
He still
defuse
found a
as
way
many
into the
bombs as
site
they
to
can.
just cause complete havoc. Despite that, XY just brings over the line. And I did like that Tachanka play. I did like where they put the Tachanka and where they used the fireballs, because you
Attackers
could
have
deny
located a
position
bomb.
early on. And I'm not going to lie to you, Puffo, I have seen that in rank before. That specific Tachanka setup with those fireballs over in that on that doorway to deny this entire room. I've seen that before.
Yeah, but you're comparing this to ranked. This is questionably more chaotic, if you ask me, for how we've seen it up until
I
now.
doubt these players have been scrimming
10
this
seconds
map.
to go.
I
I doubt they know
sincerely
the
doubt
map.
these players have been scrimming there.
Yeah,
5
I mean,
seconds left
it wasn't
before
expected, and when it came down to the clubhouse and lair, I'm assuming they probably thought,
Attackers
of
are
course they're
moving
gonna
to
pick
defuse the
clubhouse. Who would lair? Poosh, drop down, base drop, absolute demolition. Now we're in this situation where Oryx isn't hitting Monty, and we have flashes and Tachankas from everywhere, alongside some spawn peaks starting it off. The Trek's taking out. How do we pronounce that? Fellow?
Frickslow.
Frickslow. You're Frickslow.
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 Dead. Oh my
How-
god. I mean, it is the Thermite off the board. That's important.
Okay, we're not avoiding the name. How do we pronounce it? Do we go Frello?
Probably Frollo. Yeah, I would.
Frello. But
Maybe
yeah,
it's Freelo. He is
Frelo,
playing rank.
Frallo, Frilo, Frol. There's a vowel in there, but we don't know which one. It's like a guess game. I think.
Fumo. Face of the Fumo.
Frodo playing his thermite as the current off, but will be getting taken out in the early stages of the game. As we're continuing on, we are bringing the Flash back though. A bit of Flash action is always lovely to see, and even though you still have the counter to the Monty with the Oryx, the Flash is just going to be doubling up on it. It's going to be slowing him down and allowing for some kills to come out. Earlier we had the Tachanka for that plan denial, but now we're going to be using someone who's a bit more expandable, someone who's a bit more conversible. That's going to be the smoke.
Yeah. Bomb site.
Bomb
The
site.
Monty's already in the bomb site. They're planting.
What?
They're planting.
When did this happen?
Fellow is planting. This is the bomb site, XY. This is the. You have to defend this. You can't just let him walk in and plant like that. What? Okay, well, we're into a retake. It's a 5v4. And there's a defuse coming through. Ark, he does get stopped. He does get brought off of this. And a hatch drop from Foxaby is able to find 2 kills. Solomon finds 1. Classic Mellow another. It's only down to Detrix. He was able to find the spawn peak, but that's the only thing going in favor of Project XY. As Team 300 not just use the Monty to take some space, but they take enough space, literally just get a plant down. And would you look at that? This is a dock. This is going to take a while. Oh, he actually finds one. Does go down to Solomon, but Matt, I can't believe you. Get another. This is complete chaos.
Look,
What is this matchup?
When I saw the clash in main lobby, I genuinely thought that was the attackers. When I saw like 3 defenders outside of sight, I thought that was the attacking side pushing in. But then you mentioned it, and actually 3, 4, 5 icons planting. Unbelievable. How did they get in? I mean, the side is connected directly to the outside, and we had all defenders just roaming. I don't know why a Clash was roaming, for God's sake. The wrong operator, the wrong time, and the wrong play, especially on the wrong map. But in the end, the attackers decided, we'll defend it. You guys just stay outside. You guys roam. We'll check this out. We'll, you know, fix it around, maybe defuse the bomb, but you don't need to worry about it. As long as you let us plant it down. And so they did. Team 300. I don't think there should be a law in the entirety of this world, in this universe, that allows things like these to happen, but we're here to witness them. We are first witnesses, and even considered eye-to-eye victims to what is actually happening on
10 seconds
screen.
to go.
In Project XY, you know, kind of allowing it to go through as well. Not
5
being on
seconds
site,
left.
being having 5 roamers, with the Clash just stalling around, not even shielded up, just going for those secondary kills. Not gonna question it. It's their decision, really, not their coach, but gonna be
Loading
making
mag!
for a possible quick match if they continue along the ways like they have been up until now.
It was all the bad karma from the spawn peak. Reloading! They spawn peaked, and they got that right back. By the way, Classic Mellow, he's played nothing but Monty so far. He's currently 7-1.
I think he's gonna play only Clash
Man
on
is
defense.
absolutely unstoppable. He's been so good on the Monty.
Everything huge
That
is
Gabe,
gonna be.
there we go. He
Yes.
finally finds the board. That's the first kill for Gabe. And it's an opening kill inside of this round as he takes down the Lion as well. It's into an early 5v4. Another opportunity for Frollo to potentially find a fight against the Valkyrie. Neither of which connecting those, so Ark will be given an opportunity to rotate. Fox up in place of his teammate that died here earlier. Just going for some holes with that E12. Waiting to see if maybe he can find since then backed off a little. Still around here.
Swapping mags.
And it still might be an opportunity to kill him. Gabe, some good pre-fires coming through. This wants to be second for him in the round. Also in the matchup. So his gun's starting to come alive. He looked for an opportunity to find a third, but D4 shut him down finally. It's into a 2v4. It's only down to the Monty, and as I say that, he's dead. It's only down to the Striker. D4 is all alone. He's got 4 more to find.
1 more to find, and one of them is a stemmed up Doc, ready to engage in any second, and also a Clash which is going to be making everything that much more difficult. In 1v1 situations, or in 2v or in 1v4 situations, for it being here, the Flash is going to be quite a difference maker. But the Flash comes out, flashes himself, getting some shock damage, a bit of therapy brought onto himself. As, I mean, he's going to have to back off, but the Clash is just outside. He's chilling. Even with nades, she can avoid him. She doesn't need to contest him. Goes left, goes right, dodges, weasels her way out of them. And while the Striker is just panicking, to get that final kill. He's getting pushed
He's
from
so
everywhere.
stuck.
There comes the Clash going for a knife, but does get punished for the cocky play. And while that's happening, brought down to only 3, you still have 40 seconds. The yellow goo is going to be notifying you where everyone is. And at the same time, Force now being completely cross-held as the Trucks is going to be finishing it. And D-Force is going to be the finishing victim.
Absolute chaos. Complete mess. But I mean, the clash outside, I'm not really sure how Trinit did it again. This is the second knife on the clash that he has missed. Just stop doing it. Just use your gun, please. Like, this time around, it was even impactful because he actually died. Last time, it didn't matter too much. But if you're going to keep doing this, you're going to end up, like, losing an important fight.
Attackers need to locate
Just
and
use
defuse
your gun, man.
bombs.
You have one in your other hand. Don't pull out the knife. Just keep that in your holster. Use your gun. Just put that right there. Please.
Attackers have
Got
discovered the
punished for
location
it
of a bomb.
every single time. And even though when it was with the Monty, at first I thought it was maybe like a horror movie scene, you know, when the horror villains try to cross their blades with metal, letting everyone know they're coming just slowly. That was the situation with Monty. I don't know what happened the previous round. He just whipped it out for no reason and he got blown to shreds.
10 seconds remaining. 5
Player,
seconds left.
everybody. Player.
The new introduction, the new lovely map. This is what you're going to be
Attackers
seeing for
objective
now.
is
So get used to it and enjoy the moment while it lasts.
Alright, and with that, Project XY, they now have an opportunity to go back to the same bomb set that they already won. This is when they started bringing up the Clash.
Look at Ivan. Look at Ivan. Look at Ivan. Look at Ivan. Look at Ivan.
No, no! How did I just spot this? What?
Yes.
I was not paying attention. That could get him a spawn peak, by the way. That's another minus point on the Karma account. In the Karma bank, he's not going to be too good at the end of this matchup. And Ivan is playing the boss G.
Yes.
So once again, the discussion is going to come out. Is he going to do anything of use to his team, or is he just going to troll? My prediction is always troll, because I'm a boss G hater, and every time they bring it out when I'm casting them, they just do absolutely nothing with it. It is so disappointing. Sometimes I would like the boss G to like get a cool flashy kill, but most of the time he just dies. And he's staring opposite a Monty right now with his SMG-12 in hand. It could be an opportunity here to get some damage on Monty and steal the team back away from his flash. But now he's on the window trying to go for a swing. Does get one with the SMG-12. Still has it out in hand. Detrix behind him on the staircase. He's able to find Mello. Get multiple people dead. He's got one with the SMG-12. He hasn't used his boss G just yet. The question is, will he be given an opportunity to as the Clash goes down to 12 HP? And Ivan, once again, just with the SMG-12. Look, who needs a primary? You picked the boss G and he's not even using it. Do you
He's
feel
outside
insulted
the
yet, Buckle?
building.
Do you feel insulted yet?
He is outside the
going?
building right now. He's just on a trip to somewhere else. Foxaby, in the meanwhile, gets a pick for himself.
Here
The
it
Vigil
comes.
is right there. He's just outside the doors, trying to get a pre-fire. He has the RC in hand at the current moment. The Clash is going to be spotting him, but it's going to be the SMG-12, and he would have gotten it as well. What's the point of bringing it, Ivan? Foxaby punishes another. Goes for the Clash, but won't be able to execute it properly. Gets 2 melees, drops her down to half, but in the meanwhile, she's on 13 HP. 3
Gonna
more
die to the
zaps,
shock.
and it's gonna be there, finishing
dead.
it off. Come on, Clash.
Come on, sir. Finish it. There we go. Thank you, Trinit. He picks the boss G, right? And just to spite you, he uses nothing but the SMG-12 to get 2 kills, run around outside the entire building, to move around to try and flank the IQ, and then he whiffs.
Okay, but that was with the SMG-12. Although that brings up the
Yeah.
theory you said. Always the Baji, it seems, you said it that the Baji gets brought up only when I'm casting with you. And
Yeah.
I think that's starting to really come to fruition.
Attackers need to locate and
scary.
defuse bombs.
And it's also 3-3. How did this... When
Would
did
you look
six
at that?
When
You
did
see the
six-
half switch. I'm sorry. What? We're switching the halves, and Project XY now move on to the attack. And they seem to have not been very happy about this Monty, because they're now trying to feed some of the same medicine over to Team 300. And they're not just bringing the Monty on game. They've got Ivan on the blitz as well.
And the
They're like,
pink is
do you want
just
to know
back
what's cooler
away.
than one shield?
too.
shields.
Yeah, and that finger boost just to help him out a tiny bit more with that rush. Oh my god.
10 seconds left.
This is probably one of the funnest, I think, best
5
matches
seconds left.
to ever be a part of. To ever, this has to go down to this.
Reinforcing the floor.
Attackers
Has
are
nothing
moving
to do
out
with
to locate a
competitive
bomb.
siege,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it
Yeah,
is
no.
Attackers
entertainment.
dropped the bomb
It
diffuser.
definitely is.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh, here it comes. Just waiting for it. Gabe went up the stairs, a bit of a misroute, but right now slowly progressing. This is the danger squad rolling up, ready to take whatever they need
The
to.
conga line.
The conga line. Oh, it's nearly blocking the window, but they don't know about the Valkyrie. A one pick coming onto the Monty. Foxaby gets one, gets the second, and team
Roxaby
Bomb located
kills
by attackers.
both the shield operators and decides, boys, my job here is done. I am out. Thank you very much. We're done. It is now nothing but the guns left. C4 throws out another C4, is able to get a third kill onto Team 3, or onto XY rather. 300 up in a 4v2 situation. Opportunity. Just hold on to that lead. Get themselves into a corner. Gets caught out by some of those DMR bullets. Oh, Solomon, who's now getting naded. They knew he was in that corner, and Trinity is able to connect onto him, leaving it in a 3v2. Now, very early on, half the server is dead, but still got players alive on those DMRs who can do a whole lot of damage. So if Project XY play their cards right, they can still turn this around despite their rush completely backfiring within the first 15 seconds.
Not a kill for you. Finally, last
Bomb
words of
diffuser has
Foxaby
been
as that
dropped.
C4 took him out, and also two players alongside with it. Classic Mello, as we're on the topic of taking out, gets the side for Project XY. He's going to be taking alongside
Attackers
one
have
more.
recovered their
Now, it's
diffuser.
going to be leaving the Trex in a 3v1 situation. He still has a lot of intel to go through. He still has quite a brute force to push through, and Classic Mello will be in his tracks to stop him, and does so indeed. Finishes the round and gets another one for the side of Team 300. Now they're going to be on the defensive, and now they're going to be having a bit of an easier time, especially with this map being very special and having an effect, a certain effect on these players with how the game has been rolling through. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how Team 300 responds on their defenses. Definitely not bringing out the Clash, as Project
Defenders,
XY
protect your bombs
is definitely
from
going to be
being
bringing
defused by
out,
attackers.
since earlier they only had availability for the shield to be Clash, now they have more shields, and they're going to be bringing them yet again with the same exact lineup as before.
All right, Ivan, move over. It's not your turn on the blitz. It is now Detrix's turn on the blitz. So hand that one over to the other man, please. As I quickly do want to point out, Classic Mello, doesn't matter if he's on a shield op or not, he's really good at shots. Like, he's now 9 and 3. Those last 2 kills he got on that Kai dog. It doesn't really matter what gun he has. He seems to be able to connect those headshots very, very well.
10
So
seconds
he's
to insertion.
doing a really good job of that. That's something I have to commend out of 300. He's
5
having
seconds to
fun with this
insertion.
map, and he's absolutely tearing through some of these XY members.
Attackers' objective
And
is to
hey,
locate a bomb and
at
defuse
least
it.
for now, Team 300 at the moment slightly in the lead, now going on to their defensive half. They may have not been all that wrong with this map pick. I think that so far it's going all right for them.
Yeah,
Could be a lot
most
worse.
definitely. Not having a bad time at all. But at the same time, it really depends on how Project XY is going to kind of correspond to the situation they're given. Not only is Team 300 bringing a decent bunch of utility, like 3 C4s and Capkins, which, for the shields, it's the bane of shields. It's something you don't want. It's the fear that they secretly hide inside themselves. But they're still going to be bringing out the Monty, out the Blitz, and facing those fears, facing those Capkins, facing those C4s, and trying to get a successful rush for once. In the meanwhile, a bit of a Maverick coming out. The C4 will be plunged, but not doing too much damage. A second one comes out and dealing a bit, a tiny amount of damage onto the Maverick, but not enough to stop him in his tracks. Going for the footsies, Classic Mello, trying to connect more shots than he already has. He can continue that demolition, but Maverick, in the end, having a bit of a weird Maverick trick, not knowing if he should commit to the full one, if he should go for a block slice out, or if he should just give up on it. The entire team waiting for him, and that's going to leave them without a Heart Breacher, barely.
Right, Trinit now on the floor. He still hasn't managed to keep the ball soft. There's some little remnant of a bit of reinforcement that's still covering this. Otherwise, the ball would have been softened up by now. And Detrix just ADSs thanks to that Figure boost. He does ADS a slight bit quicker, and that does give him the advantage in this gunfight. As Art catches a player flanking him, Ivan finds another. It is a 5v2. A lot of players have taken quite a bit of damage on both teams. As Classic Mellow down to 10 HP is shared like 60 health between 3 members of Project XY who are now getting healed up. Finka doing massive work. Now the Bandit a little worried about getting pushed, and despite the faster ADS time, Classic Mellow is still there with that
Attackers are
headshot
activating the
because
bomb
you know
diffuser.
he's good for it. Now the problem is the plant is coming through. The Monty has stuck that plant
Boosting it.
only down to the 2 German operators,
Reloading!
the 2 GSG9 players. They won't have a good time of it as Trinidad down Classic Mellow, or what was left of him, leaving only Frollo in a very familiar position, getting chased by a Monty. Where have I seen that before?
I wonder. First time today, apparently, as the
That
cap can
Capcan
still
trap
go
did-
gone. Yeah,
Like damage to like 3 people.
could have dealt some serious damage if they were all stacked up at once, but thankfully, a bit of delay between the enemies, a bit of delay between the attackers, pushing on to poor Mellow in the end. And with that, we're going to a tactical timeout because, of course, when you need a tactical timeout, you definitely think about tactical things. In these 8 past rounds, I haven't seen a single tactical thing. I've seen rushes, a C4 self-kill. I've seen more rushes, more shields than I ever have, a clash, a Tachanka, you name it. I've seen everything, and I think
A
my
Cav in
bucket
round
list-
1.
even a Cav in the first round, my bucket list is ticked off to the complete ends.
Even saw Vigil Bus G.
That-
Like
yes.
literally everything is like we've gotten everything. We just need a fuel shield now. That's it.
Oh my god, this is
Spin the wheel,
insane.
please. Ding ding ding. Fuel shield.
We need the fuse. Come on, the bingo needs to be checked off. We need to get the final tick.
I think we're bringing just Project XY is just gonna stick their lineup from now on. They're just gonna bring 2 shields, Dokkaebi, Finka, and whatever else they seem to need for the round, which is
Defenders,
it was a
protect your
Maverick, it
bombs
was a
from being
Lion
defused
before.
by attackers.
Seemed to bring a flex up on that, so Trinit playing flex, everyone else sticking to their roles. As honestly, this Finka Blitz combination is kind of fun. Like you go for a Finka boost, which means you can ADS faster, so you can absolutely surprise people with how Ferrari quick you can ADS
Actually,
on the Blitz.
remember
Yeah.
the old Blitz? Like the old Blitz, the ADS
Oh,
on
yeah.
him? It brings that back, actually. It's terrifying.
Yeah, but
Terrifying.
do you remember the old Blitz with the Finka boost?
The old Blitz with a finger boost, we don't talk about it, okay? We're just gonna leave that in the bottom pit of the iceberg of Rainbow Six Siege. Do not talk about it.
10
And in
seconds
the meanwhile,
remaining.
trying to adapt to
Attackers
the
have
running
located a
100,
bomb.
bringing that frost, again bringing those
seconds
C4s,
Setting the
and
welcome
alongside bringing a Capcan, but only one Capcan was set off,
Attackers
and
are
only
heading
that
out to
was when the
defuse the
final
bomb.
player was already dealt with. So I'm wondering how this is all gonna work out. But whatever it is, 2 shields and a Finka. Get ready for some heavy action. Maybe even call it a blitzkrieg.
And with that,
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
So, right now, the screen does seem to be a bit frozen on my side. Bit of a surprise coming out from the side of hosting, but we're back. We're good. We're good. Like nothing happened. Yes, you're having the same issues?
yeah, similar.
Okay, so I'm gonna be watching off of the side. On my right, we see a bit of the Discord stream, but not gonna be able to talk about it properly since there are a bit of technical issues, but we do see that a lot of heavy pushes are coming out again from the attack, as they should. Not too much to be expected, nor not too little to be undetermined. Now, still not much players have been taken out, which is a surprise, seeing with how Project XY does things. And just as I speak about it, one comes out. The trade does come out immediately too, but it's not going to be complete. The Monty is going to be still barely around the corner, and it's going to be the Frost Trap doing the job. Rello getting the finish, and definitely bringing that Frost was working all the way till the end. The pistol comes out, but another Frost Trap is going to be getting the split. Blitz! Two brought on, last in the 4v2. The Dokkaebi and the Maverick are left standing still. Right now, completely shook as the Frost managed to utilize 2 of the 3 traps on both the shield operators, the ones to have it worst, and just managing to shut down the complete push of Project XY. Oh,
My goodness. What is this game? What are we being treated to?
not it.
Like, I have no idea. Now, 50 seconds. It's just the 2v4. I have to try and push him to the side. As once again, I'm just kind of losing. I'm losing the screen. It's difficult for me to cast.
In the meanwhile,
I see a 4v1. I can tell you this much from what I can see. It's only Trinit left. It's
And
looking very
Defender's
much
one.
like. Yep. there we go.
that's it.
All right.
That's all we can see.
Right. It is Trinit to die. It is 300 to win the next round. So that tactical timeout really working out in their favor. But I'm a little worried for this game. This is we're having everything at the moment. It's just too much.
Frost trap kills 2 of them as well.
That frost mat onto the blitz, like I was way ahead of you. Like I was reacting to that like 15 or 10 seconds before it
Attackers
happened on
need
your
to
end.
locate and
Oh,
defuse
okay.
as many bombs as
That
they
was
can.
insane.
I saw the Monty get down, the Finka boosts him, but he doesn't get picked up. And I see, okay, that's a frost trap. That's definitely a frost trap. And then I see a bit of seconds later, the blitz is in, I go, just get fucking dropped.
Bomb located by.
At first I didn't see it was a frostman. I was like, what did he die to? There's a bandit who's not looking his way. The bandit is also flashed because he like flashed him right as he entered the room. And somehow he's just injured. And then I see the leg kick up and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, no, not again, mate. Come on, it's the blitz. Can't do this.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh,
It's like that was a guaranteed kill onto the bandit. The bandit was dead to rights. And then the frostman
Attacker's
absolutely
objective is to
saved him.
defuse a bomb.
its fate was determined then and there, but the Frost just placed it so well. It's surprising to see even one Frost trap come out. But to have 2 out of the 3 she has, that's already a miracle.
And both the shield ups again.
Yeah. Let's go. If it doesn't work once, do it another 5 times because hopefully you can effectively do it.
Telling you, man, they're not bringing the fuse shield. It's not gonna work.
That's true. Gotta bring the trio. Come on, if you start with 2, do the 3rd one. What's the pain in that? And not liking how those frost traps were in the earlier round. An early pick comes out from Ark. That's going to be onto the D-Force 300. Another one comes out at the exact same second on quite a heavy fragger. That's Mellow now off the board. It's going to be the shield operators having quite a grudge this time around. Not liking what they're seeing. And out of nowhere, double kills dropped. Left down to the side of Fox City. That Valkyrie is going to be barely hanging on for dear life. She's getting chased. She's getting found. They want to know where she is. Fox City gets 1, but it's not going to matter. As the Shield are chasing her down, they're ready to get to some action, and they're ready to smash her into the wall. The cinder block wall starts pushing in and just squishes the life force out of her.
My goodness. This game is too much. So we're now at 5-5. So this game has actually been fairly close considering these 2 teams. It's quite interesting. So 300 so far not able to bring this one over the line. Actually having to worry about this shield ops and Project XY with this lineup finding
Attackers
some
need to
merit.
locate and
The question
defuse
is,
as many
do
bombs as they
300
can.
have some sort of response? I am seeing a Tachanka. And that may be potentially an answer. to
Attackers
try
have
and take
located
some
a
more
bomb.
control, as they are allowed to go back to top floor. And this is the opportunity for 300 to try and put themselves on the match point.
Yeah, and another thing is do the D-Force that memory. Seeing as how aggressive the Monty is, seeing how aggressive they are with the Blitz and the Monty, they like to go into sight, but they don't like to fully contest unless it's a 4v1, which of course the Monty and the Blitz are just going to start charging at you. But when
10
it's
seconds
not,
left
they
before
go into
insertion.
sight, they block the door, they try to get information. Their counter is the
5
Fenrir. The
seconds to
Fenrir
go.
is going to be there to just completely erase that vision you have onto sight. You go in this Monty,
Attackers are
you see
moving
someone
to
on your
defuse
left,
the
you see the
bomb.
head holes, you see the gadget, you try to point them out, but suddenly your vision is blocked by a purple scent of smoke. Now, for a bit of a trade-off, seeing as that's going to be quite a troublesome thing, the one thing Project XY noticed, where's the warden? Where is he? He doesn't seem to be there. Mr. Mustachio with Google stances are not going to be around to block any type of Yink and Delas. Nor is there a Jaeger to counter him. We don't see OMI. So what's the better idea of bringing another shield or bringing a fuse? Let's bring a Yink. Let's play around with lights and let's light up the site until the very end of Earth. As quite a dangerous spot the smoke is in. Solomon being in around the corner, hopefully doesn't get spotted. And if he doesn't, it's going to be quite a brutal corner he's holding on around that window.
Well, so far, not much happening inside of this round. Just waiting for some rotations to come through. XY just very slow to try and enter the building, which is a little weird considering how massive the map is. But despite that, just the push in coming through, some smoke cannons to try and deny that, and at the same time just setting up for something. I don't know what. XY is setting something up, but I don't know what they're cooking at. I don't know what they are cooking at.
Are your spider senses tingling right now? A bit of a Frankie push.
Yeah.
All in it. But while they are trying to set up, smoke canisters alongside the Tachanka are both going to be a great waste of time. In the meanwhile, a lot of kills are dropped. We have 2 on the side of Team 300. 1 transpired over to Project XY, and that exact same happened at the same one. A 3v3 is brought upon us. The shields are still going to be kicking around. Well, besides, the thermite is not there. We have the dual shields. We have the trio, the danger. That's coming in. We have the Incadelas, all 4 of them on deck, and Clashers from the Blitz are going to be quite dangerous. Shumikas are still on board, and lots of them, but you don't have that smoke or illusion to deny any type of usage of the shield. Meanwhile, this clock is slowly starting to tick down, and Monty is going to be off board now, so it's going to be a bit of a different approach for the Yink, since she doesn't have that full round protection. She doesn't have her head anymore either, as it's all going to be down left. To the side of Kendra. He is in a 1v2 situation. Did manage to pick off 1, but in the end it won't matter, as it's gonna get peeked by the Fenrir, the big man who has been leading it through. The trapper operator who's been quite a hindrance for anyone trying to get intel inside of sight with that shield in front of him. And another round going to the side of Team 300. Now, Reprints, it's all or nothing. One of these teams can win and take it all home.
Yeah, with that, match point opportunity, 1 for 300 to try and put this one in the bag, to try and win out the map that they decided to go to. An interesting map choice still, but regardless of that, if they can win it and move themselves on to the semifinals inside of this first qualifier, that's a decent chunk of points. That's a decent bit of progress toward making it into the Voltage League. And I mean, hey, if you win it on an off pick like this one, absolutely. And they even use their tactical timeout. This is we're in the 3rd game, and this is the first time in this qualifier that we've seen a tactical timeout. And it came through on Lair. With,
Of all maps.
like, these operator lineups and whatever the hell we've been doing since round 1. This is where we see a tactical timeout.
Really?
Like, 300 are cooking. They definitely are.
I mean, sure, they're cooking, but it doesn't smell good. Neither does Project XY. They're bringing the shields again. Come on, stop with the Monty and Blitz already. We've seen it every single round. And even then, Team 300 are also bringing out the Clash finally to get some revenge, to get those zappies out. The electricity, as of course, trap operators are also going to be included. Captain Frost, please. Sufficiently, because if you do, it's going to be looking nasty. Of course, the smoke has been quite useful earlier, and a bit of outside presence from the Clash is going to be questionable, but as we're heading into the round, I'm just asking myself, how bad can this get?
Oh, there's smoke getting spotted out. He's trying to run for the hills, but Ivan finds it. Detrix is able to find another, and now Detrix tries to push into the building, but he gets caught out by Solomon. A 4v3, still advantage for XY. They were able to clear the roaming smoke for whatever reason that was a thing. But hey, we've seen stranger things inside of this matchup so far, as Ivan is now able to hack the cams, so this will give some access over to XY. We should now be able to look at the default cams. And probably not much else than that, because there's no bulletproofs on the board, there's no Valkyrie being brought out. That means the phone is maybe not as detrimental as you would think. Hello?
What?
Prolo? What?
What?
He's
Where?
standing in front of Ark, and he finds him, finally.
How?
It took a moment, but yeah, sure. Frollo finds it. It's man advantage back in the favor of 300, and they might be able to put this away 7-5 thanks to whatever the hell Frollo did. I don't even know where he came from. He just appeared.
Since when did Frost get the ability to teleport? That's my main question. Since when did they give Frost a wizard hat and robes to cast magic spells around the map, just sending herself in front of her enemies? Ark was also confused. Looking around, he was, "You're not my enemy." Actually, you are. Wait, what are you talking about? That just happens out of nowhere. Flick down left to the Monty, and Dokkaebi, the DMR, the secondary is coming out. A bit of damage on the Monty heavily, and the Clan going for a trick. Random shots from the Dokkaebi, and Frello, just like he went upstairs, he's going to be doing it downstairs, finishing the job, and GG's coming out from Team 100, finishing this match, and Layer, I can't say it was the most tactical match I have ever seen. Definitely a statement I can't make due to my own morals, but I can say it was definitely a match that was very fun. It was very new and fresh.
What do you mean not tactical? It was a tactical timeout. It was,
Oh yeah,
it
my
was
bad.
very
Oh,
tactical all the
true,
way
that
through.
yeah, that's true. My bad.
Planned from start to finish from Team 300 as they put themselves into the semifinal in this first qualifier. And more importantly, they eliminate Project XY out of this first one, meaning that, they beat their opponent, they put them away. Project XY will have to come back for the other two qualifiers now on the weekend. And they will be given an opportunity to maybe score some points at another time. But for now, this is the end of their run. And we will see 300 continue into the next game, which is very, very fun. We'll have to wait and see if they get another chance to maybe bring out Lair once again. But judging their history now, judging the fact that they brought out this map, I doubt that anyone else is going to want to take them to this. And I also doubt that anyone is going to give Classic Mellow any more chances to play this Monty. If you're watching this game and you're up against Classic Mellow next, ban out the Monty. Do not let him play that.
He was definitely went on that Monty. Not to be contested. He was not messing around a single bit. He pushed you back, then he whipped out that secondary and made sure you stayed on the ground. So with that, well played. Both teams definitely new things. Could be important as a way of strategy. Playing every single round the side of Blitz and Monty could be interpreted. But in the end, it's as they saw it, it's as they commentated, and it was absolutely phenomenal. First hand experience, 10 out of 10. Would do it again. So, GG's well played to both of these teams. And in Prince, what about any thoughts? Any specific game mechanics, or should I say strategies you'd want to reference?
I honestly no. I need a break to just think about this. Like I just need to sit in a corner somewhere and I need to think about this game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It was a game. It was certainly a game.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm happy to see the fact that 300 with their bold map choice that it paid off, and they made the right decision because I think a clubhouse would have been boring, and a clubhouse maybe would have swung the other way. A clubhouse probably would have gone to Project XY, but they were able to get one over on them, and they were able to give us some really, really entertaining and really fun rounds. And for that alone, I think they deserve to take the win here. And hey, who knows? Maybe we'll see them around again. If they manage to survive, we might see them in the finals. Otherwise, we can also see them in the other qualifiers. So I'm looking forward to see more out of this team.
I mean, if we do end up seeing them in the finals, I do hope it's under Layer. I hope it is under no other map than Layer itself, and I hope I get to personally see it.
There's that
while
replay,
it
by the way,
happens.
the Frost just teleporting next to the box.
Is that in the new patch notes as well?
We'll ask
Apparently.
Fancy about it.
Fancy, what do you think?
I don't think I noticed anything about Frost teleporting. Maybe it's a hidden thing that developers didn't want us to know
Easter
about.
egg.
Yeah, I think definitely it's an Easter egg. So maybe now we found out about it and developers will acknowledge it. But yeah, well played from Team 300 for getting this win in Layer. Definitely didn't expect to see all of this in one match, like Caviera and Monty and the Blitz and the Finka and the Frost Trap, two Frost Trap kills, and everything was just like out of this world in this match. So we'll talk about before we start talking about the next match. We should be waiting for the match between Team Aku Aku and Team Fraternity, and the winner will be playing against the one and only Team 300. So we might or might not see another layer, and I really hope not, because I don't think seeing layer 2 matches in a row would be something that we want to do. What do you think, Reaper?
I mean, hey, let the chaos commence. If it's going to be even half as entertaining as this match just now was, bring it on. Absolutely. The problem is, I think whoever is going to come through in that fraternity match, I doubt they will give 300 the opportunity to go to Lair again, because I know a little bit about Team Aku Aku. I know a little bit about Team Fraternity. They don't really seem like teams that are going to let something like that slide through a map ban phase. They see a new map, they're like, we haven't scrimmed this before. Let's take it out. Let's leave that on the side for another day. So I doubt that we'll see it a second time, especially now that 300 have a track record of winning Lair. So if they look at the OPL and they check the past match, don't go to Lair.
Yeah, but Reprints, maybe that's what Project XY thought as well. Maybe at the last they were thinking, it's got to be Clubhouse. It just has to be. It's logical. Layer. What's that? I guess it's Monty and Blitz action. We're going all out. But yeah,
Hold on a second. This isn't Oregon. What is this map?
Where
are we?
What is this? What?
I thought we were playing competitive. Why are we playing layer? I just banned it in ranked.
Whose platinum match is this, guys? Come on.
Yeah, but it was it was a match. Like you guys said, it was a match. We didn't expect to see all of this in one match. Yeah, so tell me, Bob, what do you think the next match, especially now that we're gonna see the Team 300 and the winner from Aku Aku and the Fraternity? What do you think we would see if it's let's put layer aside? What do you think we can see in the next match?
Well, I'm definitely assuming that Aku Aku isn't going to be too much of a fan on Clubhouse. So I'm definitely going to be riling that one out. Now, if they're going to be going about it safe, again, Clubhouse, I think it's been overplayed today. I think the teams possibly don't even want to go again on it. So I'm possibly going to say Chalet. It's either going to be Chalet or one of the less commonly played.
You guys are manifesting Chalet today.
Yep.
I'm
speaking it
summoning.
into existence.
Exactly.
Hopefully we see some of those chalets. Okay, let's put a scenario where chalet is gonna be played in the next match. What do you think of the operators that we need to rule out, since we've been seeing a lot of Monty and Blitz? Do you think teams should just remove those or focus on other operators, like maybe for example Brava, because we know Brava is one of the most annoying operators, especially in a map like Chalet. So what do you think about that, Reprints?
I think, Brava would make sense on Chalet, but I think she's too situational. And I think at the moment, with how the operator bans have been going, you're basically expecting to see either a Monty or a Ying, and then the second one is usually like banning a roam clearer. So you're banning a Dokkaebi, a Deimos, a Grim, anything like that is most likely going to come out. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm putting out. On Chalet, you could even ban something like a Nomad to try and go for runouts more actively, especially onto big window. But that is very, once again, just like the Brava, very situational. I think my default bans on this map are Monty, Dokkaebi, just because those are the default bans on every map.
Yeah, seems interesting. Bob, what do you think?
Definitely. I feel like Monty, Dokkaebi, Ying, those are more the defaults. And since Chalet is kind of getting into the default category of maps, I would go for them. But again, I really do agree with Grim. Chalet is definitely known for a lot of head holes on the upper side, a lot of rotations, a lot of angles, since it's very limited to the verticality. but it expresses itself in soft walls. And that's where players really start to utilize head holes, footholds, whatever they can, shields even, and a lot of these angles in these smaller rooms, bigger rooms, whatever they can. And that's where Grim is really an excellent way of going about it. So yeah, I'm going to stick with Reprints as well. It's Ying, Dokkaebi Monty, and then maybe something like a Grim.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. We have to wait and see. And yeah, I don't think teams would like to shift operators bans, especially because the way the meta currently is. I don't think they would go away from the very OP ones unless they know how to handle them, which is in a way what we saw specifically in the attack of team 300 when we saw them playing layer right now. We saw them how they used the mountain, and they knew what they wanted to do specifically in the first, but also team in front of them, they're not playing against amateurs as well, so they knew how to fight against a Monty a little bit. Sometimes, yeah, there was mistakes here and there, of course, understandable, but still there was a somewhat of an idea moving forward from the team 300. So we have to wait and see, I guess. So let's talk a little bit also to remind everyone watching that this is one of 3 qualifiers. So the winner of this qualifier will get 100 points, and top 12 teams across the whole qualifiers will qualify to the season 4 Voltage League. So yeah, that's a lot of teams, and still the teams who lost today didn't that doesn't mean they're out, doesn't mean they're still there are still chances. So maybe we'll see about that, and hopefully we see more of those teams in the 2 qualifiers next. And
Definitely.
I think that while we're waiting for the next match, I think we can go for a little break until the next match is ready.
Definitely.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And we're back once again after one hell of a map. And yeah, we're left with our last two matches, probably. We'll see about that. But before we talk into anything, I'm back with my lovely casters. Hello, guys. So, we're having another Team 300 match. Are we gonna see? Yep, we're gonna see it again,
We're gonna see
back
it.
to back. Oh no, that's not good.
It's gonna be
Tears of
another
joy.
layer.
It's tears of
Yeah,
joy. Trust,
Tears
guys.
of joy, absolutely.
Tears of
Definitely.
joy.
As we have a second layer coming out, back to back, 300 just won it 7-5. And now that Fraternity have knocked out Team Aku Aku, we have a German derby. We've got an all German derby, every single one. A lot of Germans representing here today inside of this matchup. It's quite exciting. And we're not on Clubhouse somehow.
Yeah.
Because we've got 300 with us. They would
They
never leave us
decided to-
hanging. They would never
Yeah.
put us to Clubhouse. They actually banned it first. They decided to get rid of Clubhouse bright and early. Make sure we don't go to that map again. And instead, they take us to a second lair. Now, last map banned out was Skyscraper, so we could have gone there as well. But instead, hey, we decided to go to a second lair, 300. They tried their luck here once. They're going to try it again, as it's Fraternity actually who decided to take us here again. So they must have spotted something. I don't know what it was. I can't tell you what it was in the previous matchup. Maybe they picked up on something subtle inside of the previous game, which is hard to do because nothing in that game was subtle. But if they did, maybe they've got something to do, convert this into a win to put themselves into the finals of the first qualifier.
I mean,
Yeah.
I hope, honestly, I hope they're going to be bringing a lot of intensity as we were when the countdown for the actual map bans were having in the background of production. Sadly, that wasn't on the live stream, but we were screaming when we saw Layer again because if the same performance is going to be dropped as previously, it's going to be fantastic. And if it's even going to be half of it, a quarter of it at least, then enjoyability was peaked. Peaked for me, peaked for everyone, I assume. And Team 300, a second match, we're going to be seeing them. And Fraternity, And personally, I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we were discussing before the game, and like on the waiting, and we were like screaming. I was definitely not ready for to see a back-to-back layer. So, what do you guys think here quickly about the operators ban? Would we see the Monty bans, or we would see something different?
Oh, well, the bans are going to be interesting. I can't wait to see if the Monty will be open or not because Mello is a menace on that thing. Mello's a menace in general because he's just been hitting his headshots on this map, but specifically on the Monty, it's been insane how quickly he's able to ADS and just destroy people out of nowhere and how much space he's able to take. So I'm worried for Fraternity if they don't read into this and if they don't get rid of the Monty, we may just see another game of complete chaos here on Lair.
Yeah. Most definitely. I mean, I am expecting the Monty ban, and I'm expecting, you said it, both of these teams, German. I'm expecting that Blitz to be a perfect replacement and a perfect pick for them. They're definitely going to be enjoying their time on it. And if Monty's not going to be banned, what's better than one shield? You said it, Reapers. It's two. That's the perfect number for it. Alongside maybe, hopefully, praying for that fuse and praying for another Baji to pump up out of nowhere. But in the end, the match has begun. We're going to slowly get into it. And as we get into the final time, possibly, maybe not. If we get Lair again after this, it's going to be a miracle. But we've seen many miracles earlier, and I'm hoping to see some more.
Right, and with that, we are into the map. We can see the social predictions on the screen as well. It is 67%. I think those are taken from OPL, so I definitely had a say in that vote. 67% voted in favor of 300, and that makes sense because we're once again on Lair. This is their territory.
Most definitely. The first ban will be coming out, and it's gonna be Ying. Nothing too unusual, definitely understandable, and especially seeing as this is still a new map, definitely in the comp scene, Ying is definitely something you want to take out just purely because in any site, anywhere, Ying can turn it all around with ease. That's how strong the Candelas are. And the second ban is going to be a surprising Ram coming out, which, I know we've said it, I know we have, and I just can't let go of the fact that now that Monty spot is open for Mello.
Ram is such a strange choice. 300 choosing